And as a matter of formality, I would like to go ahead and do a roll call to put it on record on the beginning of the workshop, who commissioners that are here and or members that are here. If you would, please, will you do roll call?
Commissioner Stinnett,
Here. Bennett here.
Commissioner Kaler,
Taylor, here.
Commissioner Anderson,
Anderson here.
Mayor Mitchell,
Here.
and Ms. Hannum will be here in just a moment.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to wish everybody a good morning and welcome to the first budget workshop for our fiscal year 21-22. As I call this budget meeting committee to order for this budget workshop today, I want to remind us of last year that we were facing something in our community, in our state, and in our country, and our world that we had no idea about. And I think you can go without saying that COVID-19 has impacted us like nothing else. Life came to a sudden halt last year. Our citizens, our businesses, our government offices all had to reevaluate how we did things. And I want to say, I think we did a very good job in Blount County government on adapting and making things work for our citizens. These workshops that we're getting ready to start today did not take place last year, not knowing how we did not know how revenues and budgets would be impacted, and all of our elected officials and department heads reduced spending everywhere possible and began to prepare for the worst case scenario. County Commission adopted a budget last year with all of that in mind. I know we went into last year and worst case scenario, we were looking at about 30 to 35%. We were estimating possible shortfalls. Fortunately, we did not see that. We've been able to accomplish a great number of projects this year using some federal and state COVID relief money. We've been very surprised every month by the sales tax revenue numbers in 2020. And so we enter this 21-22 budget year cautiously optimistic. Today starts the presentations by all the county departments of their respective budgets. Those departments not presenting today will be on the schedule for Friday, April the 9th. And as always, there's already been a tremendous amount of work done by our finance team to prepare every department for what I hope is a reasonable and balanced budget to be voted on by the commission. And as a reminder, let me say that this is a question and answer session for the budget committee members only. There will be opportunity for public comment and questions at any of our regular budget committee meetings and at the budget committee public hearing to be held on June the 7th. Of course, anyone can ask any questions at any time by calling any of us directly about respective departments. As always, I hope to have a good attendance by our county commission and county citizens for these workshops. It's a great opportunity to hear about your county departments and your county elected officials and to get to know our department heads. Fiscal year 2021 was a challenging year in many ways, but it also showed the strength of our community. Our partnerships and community are very strong, and it showed without a doubt throughout the year. And I want to continue to working for the betterment of this county as a whole. I know that you as the budget committee members have the same goals in mind, and I want you to all know how much I appreciate everything you do day in and day out throughout the year. And I want to thank you for your hard work throughout this process. While most citizens here in Blount County are unaware of our budget details or even day-to-day functions, I have no doubt they appreciate all that is being done on their behalf. We were elected to serve and make Blount County a better place, and our citizens trust us to do the right thing every day. I'm sure I said it last year, but I think that's obvious by the financial health of this county and most certainly by the number of folks moving here into Blount County from other places every day. I think that shows that Blount County is a very attractive location to live and spend your life. Every decision we make should be made with that duty in mind and the betterment of our citizens and our community every day. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Randy Vineyard for some additional information. Randy.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I get into my comments, I just want to remind everybody that this is a Zoom meeting. All county commissioners were sent an invite to participate in the meeting as far as observing via Zoom. The Zoom number is 922-543-91817. As the mayor alluded to, we've last year, we didn't get to do this, and we had quite a curveball thrown at us. And in part, we've navigated that. We've navigated the pandemic by help from the state and the federal government, like most governments all across the country have. We received a $1.9 million grant from the governor that's enabled us to do our ADA elevator project and replace part of the roof at the Ops Center. And then we were able to reward our employees with our step increase because our revenues did perform better than we thought they would, as the mayor mentioned earlier. We also received what we call CRF, Coronavirus Relief Fund, from the federal government, and that was one of the tranches of funding from the CARES Act. We received $1.9 million there. And we were able to submit over $2 million worth of eligible expenses. And we were encouraged to submit more than what we were allocated in case there were additional revenues that were to be derived from the CRF program. We have completed all the reimbursements for that program to date, so we were able to use every dollar that was allocated for Blount County. In addition to that, the sheriff's office was able to secure some overtime, and election department got some grants as well from the CARES funding. We also have been notified that we, along with all other county governments in the state of Tennessee and cities as well, will be receiving likely in the next 6 weeks or so, our first tranche of funding from the what's called the American Rescue Plan Act, which was the $1.9 trillion funding that Congress just recently approved. All of this does not include what schools receive because all of their additional funding is separate from what the county receives. So with that, I will turn it over to Laura and let her kind of walk you through some of the general terms and conditions that build this budget, and then I'll come back for kind of a summary comment.
So a couple of things that you'll see throughout this budget for all departments is the 2.5% step increase that was approved by commission a few years ago. So this has been applied to all department budgets throughout the entire budget. Another change you'll see is with our health insurance benefits. So this past year, the increase for the rate, the health insurance rate, was only for 6 months. So it'll be a little higher this year because we've got a full year of the new rate. So those are two consistent themes you'll see throughout everybody's department budgets. Another new thing we've implemented this year was that we reached out to all department heads about a 3-year capital plan. So if we received stuff back from the department heads for their capital plans, this will be included with their department requests as well. And this will just be an initial draft of their requests, and we'll have the funding years and any information that they have for each project. The next couple slides just show where our rates are, our employer paid rates for all our benefits and tax liabilities that we have for all departments, all employees. The only change really have been a few of the TCRS state retirement rates for the schools and the library. They are a little bit higher this year. But besides that, those rates should stay consistent from prior years. And then on the next slide, you'll see the employer paid rate for the health insurance that'll be applied this year for the entire year. And then the remainder of those have stayed consistent from last year.
So given how the budget has been structured that you'll have both today and on April the 9th, I wanted to start out with kind of a little summary of where you start from. So everything that Laura's talked about has already been built into the numbers that you're looking at. So we would call that kind of a status quo budget, if you would. You'll be hearing from departments their supplemental requests for operating funds, as well as an explanation of what they are proposing in the way of capital investment for their departments or offices. As of right now, we sit at $61.43 million in revenue, and we have expenses that total $61,484,000. So we've got a deficit, if you will, of about $71,000 before we start anything. Now, that should be nothing that you get alarmed over, because we will continue to see and evaluate revenues as they come in to see if we'll be able to change any revenue estimates that we built the budget on so far. The value of the penny for this budget is $389,400. And the thing that everyone should keep in mind, we are at the point that is referred to as mid-cycle of the reappraisal cycle. And what that means to us is, because there has to be a equalization ratio or a sales ratio calculated on property values for business. And it primarily affects personal property and public utilities. And that sales ratio, as of right now, is estimated to be 81%. And this means that we will not have use of about $2.5 million worth of property tax values, because businesses are paying on personal property and public utilities every year, and they're reevaluated mid-cycle of reappraisal. And as of right now, we will not have available to us about $2.5 million of property tax. That also happened 4 years ago. And at that time, it was about a 90% sales ratio. And we did not have benefit of a little over $1 million at that time. Questions or comments about that?
Any questions from the committee?
One thing I also want to mention about capital, to Laura's comment about the importance of us having a 3-year plan. Had we not had our capital priority resolution a couple years ago, started that process then, it would have been much more difficult and challenging as grant opportunities came available for CRF and for the governor's grant program that he offered all local governments. We would have been starting over from scratch, basically trying to figure out what we wanted to do. But we already had a prioritization, and we were able to plug in those projects once those revenue opportunities became available to us. So we're taking it to the next step now and asking departments to give us a 3-year view of what their needs are, so that you, as a recommending body, can make some recommendation to county commission, and as the funding body, county commission can decide what they're willing to afford. It would be my suggestion, this body, when we come to capital, and that'll be on the 9th, that you consider the priorities that have been recommended to you, and you certainly have the opportunity to reevaluate those priorities as you see fit, but ultimately it'll be county commission's decision as to what they want to fund. Laura?
Just a couple other pointers I wanted to give you all about your binders. So in your binders, there's potentially 4 different pieces for each department. So you'll have copies of the department presentations, and then you'll also have a detailed breakdown of the department budget. And then after those 2 pieces, if there are additional requests by the departments, that's where those will be within your binders. And then following that would be any capital plan requests if submitted by the departments. And then also just within the department detailed budget report, to give you a little bit of information there. In your binder, the highlighted columns are the ones that we would want you to focus on primarily. The first one would be the original budget approved by commission this past year. This would be everything that was adopted last June. And then the next column is 2021 revised budget as amended. This is going to include any increases that were approved by commission throughout this fiscal year. So those will be reflected in addition to the original budget in that column. The next column will show actual expenses and revenues year to date. So those are not the complete year, but that's as of today. And then the far right column that's highlighted will actually be the 21-22 budget request for the departments.
For those who are participating in this meeting via Zoom, everything that you see on the screen will be available for anyone to review, any citizen to review, or anybody else that wants to go back and revisit anything we've discussed today. All of this will be captured and posted on our website. So everything that you see on the screen will be there. And if there are any handout materials, those will also be included when we post this to our website. That concludes our remarks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any comments before we get started from any members of the committee? Seeing none, we'll begin. First up, and we're going to ask that you come up to the podium for your presentation. First up is Chancery Court Clerk and Master Stephen Ogle.
Good morning. The Clerk and Master's office is a record-keeping office for the court system. We also conduct the county tax sale. As I'm sure you know, we weren't able to do that last year because of social distancing and COVID. And when we did our revenue projection, we were operating under the assumption that we would not be able to have a tax sale this year. A couple of weeks ago, we had a meeting with all the tax attorneys, and basically Heritage Hospital has been generous enough to grant us use of their facilities, and we now have a tax sale scheduled for June. So this revenue projection is about $50,000 less than we would have projected had we known we'd be having a tax sale. The tax sale drives revenue into our office, not only as we lead up to the tax sale, but taxpayers who have their property sold in the tax sale have a year to redeem the property by paying the back taxes, the interest and fees associated with the tax sale. And so right after the tax sale, we get a bunch of taxes coming in. So our revenue is, as you have before you, is actually $50,000 less than we would have projected. Our budget is pretty much a status quo. We did need to buy a Zoom license last year, so there's an additional $200 in our communication line. We still have money in the budget for the conversion from the eGov tax software. Purchasing and IT has been regularly sending them emails saying, when are we going to get this done? We just still haven't heard back from them about when they're going to come and do it. We're trying to get all of our data into the Tensys software, which is what most clerks' offices across the state use. And the only other difference is we moved some money into our office supplies from our postage in order to buy scanners, which we need for the office. And that's pretty much it for us. Otherwise, it's the same as the budget we presented 2 years ago.
What, Stephen, what's the date in June for the tax sale? Do you know?
June 10.
June 10th? Is that going to be done inside the school or in the auditorium, or how are they going to? The gym? Okay.
And they've been very good to work with us to do that within the CDC guidelines and keep from having a super spreader event.
So I'm sorry, other than the Zoom cost that you were talking about, everything else that's showing an increase is just the step increases for payroll and the benefit package goes with that. Okay.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Does anyone have any questions for Steve?
Just a minor one, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Steve, looking at the numbers and comparing all these columns right here, the line item other CONT, I don't know what CONT is an abbreviation for, but so it shows 2020 actual 17,000. Is that, I guess, what is that line item for and why is it so much more than the actual from 2020? Do you know?
This is Ms. McClure from my office. She's our bookkeeper.
It's towards the bottom, it says other CONT. I'm assuming it's some kind of
Other
miscellaneous.
contracts.
Okay.
Local government is the company that services the
Right.
the Tensa software.
It runs about $20,000 a year. The other is for conversion that may happen this year. If it happens this year, we won't see money next year.
Okay.
And the exact figure on the Tensis is 19,305. And the amount of the conversion is 25,695. The Tensis is annual. The conversion will be a one-time whenever they finally do it.
I'm sure.
Kind of at their mercy. We'd really like to have all of our information in one software. We've got it in 3 right now.
Right. Yeah, I know it'll be a big benefit to have that done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Steve.
Thank the committee for your time.
Hope this is an indicator of how the rest of the day goes.
We can hope.
We, you laughing with me or at me?
A little more to the latter.
Yeah. Okay, next up, Circuit Court Clerk, Tom Hatcher.
Good morning. Before I start, I want to introduce a couple of folks that I have with me this morning. I have my Chief of Staff, Tamara Walker, and my Director of Juvenile, Robert Simmerly, with me this morning.
Okay,
Brought Tamara so she makes sure I give the right numbers, and I brought Robert because we're going to talk about juvenile a little bit. So we've had so many changes down there in the last 2 years. Legislature, with their infinite wisdom, made all these new laws and implement them, and then they went back and changed them the next year and implemented again, and now they're changing it again this year to re-implement again. So juvenile is sort of a little bit chaos. As the mayor said, I'm Tom Hatcher. I'm the Circuit Court Clerk, also General Sessions Court Clerk, Juvenile Court Clerk, Jury Coordinator. I think that's enough hats. I want to start today by saying this. Of course, the mayor has talked about it, and we all know that last year was very demanding and very stressful, and that on our employees, and especially in the judicial system, shutting courts down and not being able to produce the paperwork that the citizens wanted to come and take out and those kind of things. And I just want to say this about my employees and all the county employees, that with last year's problems that we have, I am thankful that I live in Blount County, because our employees here have gone way above and beyond making sure that our citizens have had the services that they require. The mayor has led the elected officials and our employees this year, and we've implemented a lot of changes and things that I think really produced a lot of things for our citizens. And I want to thank you, Mayor, for your leadership this year.
Thanks, Tom.
And Randy, also from your department, because it was very stressful, I know, with numbers and stuff, shuffling with the federal money and the state money and that to keep us intact. So we appreciate that. Give you a little background about my office. We have 48 employees full-time. We have, like I said, 6 separate offices that we oversee. Circuit court, of course, is state court, and as with lawsuits and civil, over 25,000 that are filed there. We have child support, and then also the felony criminal cases. Grand jury and destruction of evidence runs through that department. Through general sessions, lawsuits and civil under 25,000 are filed there. Orders of protections, distress warrants, garnishments, and then we have misdemeanor cases and traffic division also. Juvenile court is child support, civil and criminal matters. When you get into juvenile, things have really escalated for us there on a case that would have been filed 2 years ago. We could file it with 5 pieces of paper in the file. Now, when a case is filed, we have about 40 pieces of paper that we have to fill out and make sure that's in those files with the new regulations and stuff that we're having to go by. Also in our accounting department, I have 4 people that are in accounting department. They balance all departments, the judicial hospitalizations that we have to report to the TBI. I'm sure you all are aware, we're one of few states or a few counties in the state of Tennessee that do the judicial hospitalizations because of our mental health facility that we have here in the county. So that's another avenue that our offices has to handle that a lot of other offices across the state do not have to. We have a cost collections department, and there we have 3 full-time people working in cost collections now. We also, on the jury issues, we send out somewhere between 500 and 700 jury summons per month. And with us shutting down court in March of last year, and then of course we reopened just a little bit in last of June and July, and then we were shut down again. We've had to reset probably more than, and I didn't get a total number, but probably more than 8,000 cases over a year's period that we've had to reset multiple times because of the orders from the Supreme Court. We're getting ready to, well, we opened up last week, but the Supreme Court had us shut down through March. So last 2 weeks that we opened up hasn't been very busy with us. The most that we have is this week was like 200 cases on the dockets for this week. But starting next week, chaos is going to come because we're going to be having somewhere between 300 and 800 cases a week on the docket. So it's going to be very busy for us. Some of the accomplishments that I'm proud of course, in March, when we got the first order from the Supreme Court Justice that we were shutting down, that was on a Friday. Judge Dugan called a meeting of all the judges, the clerks, the Sheriff's Department, PD's office, and the DA's office, and we sat down and discussed what we were going to have to do and be able to do going forward starting on Monday. So we met for probably 3 or 4 hours that afternoon. And then Friday night, I got on the phone, called Mike Caffrey with IT and told him that our circumstances, that I had to have a court up and running so that we could do Zoom on Monday morning for court. So Mike and I got together. I went, let me back up just a minute. Judge Dugan signed an emergency order for me to purchase some equipment. So I went to Walmart's and 4 or 5 different stores to be able to get laptops and equipment that we needed to make a temporary makeshift courtroom to be able to do Zoom. Fast forward with the help of Mike and the county IT department and that. And one of the things that I had done about 10 years ago, we had set up what we called video arraignment. So So we had a area in the jail already set up, and then we had a place in the on the second floor and third floor that we could do video arraignments. When I say that, the judges could talk to an inmate that was down in the jail, and then the judge's secretaries also, so that we speed things up. The sheriff's department would bring the inmates up there, and they would fill out affidavits of indigency so that we could get an attorney appointed for these people before their actual court date. So with that in place, it helped us to move forward really quick to be able to open up on Monday morning and have actual court by Zoom. That's one of the things that we were able to accomplish. And through all of that, I can proudly say that we have every courtroom that we have at the Justice Center and here in Juvenile that is hardwired now and set up for Zoom. So if we have any other catastrophic things that occur going forward, we're set and ready to go. So, you know, I can't thank IT enough for what they've done to help us to get to that point. One of the other things we did at the Justice Center, we call it the Zoom room. We fixed an area downstairs and set up a Zoom in there so that lawyers could come in before court and they could actually talk to their inmate, their clients, the inmates back in the jail, and let them know what's going on in their case and get it worked out before we actually went into court. So that allowed us to move things along a lot quicker than having to wait for them to talk to them, come back and forth and that. So, and we still have that room after, I don't know if you've been over to the Justice Center, but the mayor and I got together and we've done some renovation over there. Denny Garner's work, the entrance and the facade coming in is totally different now. I would ask that you, when we finish, we're not finished yet, but to come by and look at that. It has really made a huge difference over there at the Justice Center. One of the other things that we've accomplished this year, we teamed up with the county clerk, Gay Hasty. She was taking renewals over at the library to drive through. Gay and I sat down with the mayor and talked to him about the other lanes that was there that's not being used. So Gay and I teamed up and we paid for to have the other tube systems, pneumatic tube systems put in 2 other drive-throughs at the Justice Center. And we teamed up as far as Gay sent people to my office from her office, and we cross-trained our people. She has 2 people that's cross-trained to be able to take court costs, and we have people that's cross-trained to be able to do the job that her people do at the drive-through. And I'll have to say at this point in time, it's been pretty successful. The word is getting out now to our people that that's available for them to come over and make drive-through payments. One of the other things that Gay and I have teamed up to do is we're going to be putting in, we have one other drive-through over there that's empty. We've teamed up and we're going to be doing a combo kiosk set up out there so that you can come 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You can renew your tags and you can pay your court cost and you never have to get out of your car. So we're in the process of getting that implemented. One of the other things that we're doing at the Justice Center with the renovation to the front entrance and that, we're going to be putting in a window, a bank window, so that individuals can walk up from the outside and make payments and never have to enter the building. So that takes off a lot of people coming through that the sheriff's department has to check and those kind of things, and keeps a lot of people out of the Justice Center that really doesn't need to be there other than make a payment. So hopefully we're going to have that installed by the end of April. Bids, of course, was slow getting them back and things on this specialty window. And Denny told me yesterday that we're set and ready to go. And hopefully by the 17th, we're going to start installing that. We also in our office have implemented digital minute books. We don't have the hard book anymore that we have to make copies and put them in and stuff. Everything on minutes that happens in the courts that we have to keep records on now is digital. That's a big plus for us. it saves us a lot of time when it comes to making all the copies that we have to make and that for the minutes. Couple of goals that we are looking for next year because of COVID and the way that we had to work with our staff because of working split shifts and that to be able to keep the courts running. We're not able to do a lot of our educational programs. So my goal this year with my employees is to make sure that we've got everybody up to speed as far as education. Laws in the courts change every year. New laws are put in, laws that were there, they go back and amend them and stuff. So, you know, we have to educate our people every year to make sure that they know what's going on. And Tamara Walker, my chief of staff, is going to lead this year for our educational program. We've got classes that's set up through the County Technical Assistance Service. We've got a contract with Prior Education, and then we're going to be doing Community Online Academy, and then we're going to be doing in-person training with our own employees, training other employees. And then one of the other things that we're going to make sure that we get done this year, because we've had some people to retire and leave, and we've got new people in, is make sure that anybody that's been there less than 2 years, that we completely cross-train all of those folks so that they can do any job in the office that they're in. That's just a few things that we would like to do. My budget basically is we turned in a budget that was the same as our 19-20 budget. I know last year we were asked to make some cuts on our budget, and we were happy to do that to help out. So when we turned in our budget this year, it is what our budget was before we cut in 19 and 20. We're getting ready to open up with jury trials again, and we're going to be lambasted with them. So we felt that it was necessary for us to go back to the 19 and 20 budget. The only increases in our budget is, of course, the 2.5% raises that the employees are going to get. And then you can see in the budget that I requested for one full-time employee for juvenile with a salary of starting salary of $28,516.32, and with the benefits would be $20,563.08 for a total of $49,079.40. Since we asked for that request, we have made some changes in our office, and we have a part-time position now that we have over in juvenile. And what I would like to do is amend that budget request of a full-time person and just make the part-time person that we have now full-time. That would, the current part-time clerk is making $21,286. The difference to make it full-time, I would be asking for $27,792 additional funds to make that full-time. And that's the only request that we have in our budget. One other thing I would like to add too is we're talking about our education program, working our split shift. We had several employees that were eager enough to learn and they have actually completed. We have one that has completed 61.5 hours and 147 hours that qualifies them to obtain their certified public administrator's degree through UT. So I'm very proud of that they took their own initiative while they were off to do that. I have a few numbers if you want to hear them down in juvenile. One of the biggest ones is that our scanning now, we're with Laserfish, we're doing we do all scanning of all of our files now. And one of the things that I was really shocked about that in 19, I think it's not 18, yeah, 18 through 20, we scanned 40,000 documents. And this year in 2021, just to this point, it looks like we're going to be doing just in 1 year, over 24,000 scanned documents. So you can see we're going to be doing twice as many this year that we did in the last 2 years. So that gives you an idea of how many more documents that's coming through in these cases that's being filed in juvenile. Open to any questions that you may have.
Ms. Hannum?
Good morning.
I have a couple of questions regarding, the presentation that you made in your update before I begin. When you got set up for your Zoom meetings, have you found that you initiated or you bought the right package? Do you anticipate moving forward? I say that because I believe that most organizations and entities, including our county government, will not go back to the old way of doing things, but have found that some of the technology upgrades have improved processes. So I'm assuming you'll continue to use Zoom and other methods that you're currently using, even when we go back to doing some things in person. So my question is, the more people that use it.
Your mic wasn't on.
It wasn't on?
No, you're on now.
I sound like I'm going on. You might not want it on.
You and I can communicate.
Yeah, you may not want it on. So my question is, does your budget reflect any anticipated upgrades to either licenses or other technological needs so that we can get those captured on the front end rather than on the back end? Do you have any feel for that at all?
Well, the good part about my office, several years ago, the Clerks Association went to Nashville and asked for a $4 charge to be put on cases that comes through the court to fund nothing but capital for computer systems and anything that would fall under IT. So we have a reserve there in our office that allows me to tap into that to be able to buy any of these things, so it doesn't come through the general county fund. So it wouldn't be, we've got that reserve. All I have to do is fill out the paperwork of what we're going to do, and then of course bring it to this budget committee and you approve, and then the county commission approve to be able to spend those funds. So there will be no additional money as far as in the original budget. And we do some supplements throughout the year if we have things to come up. With what we've got now, the equipment that we bought during this time, I think that we're good to go on all that. Justin, you might help on that, but the things that we've got for our Zooms, for the courtrooms and stuff, we should be top notch on that.
Okay, may I continue, Mayor?
Sure.
The second question that I had with your digital minutes, I'm really excited about that as well. So what backup system do you have? Are you backing up to the cloud, or do you anticipate moving forward that you may need a dedicated server?
Well, I would like to at some point in time go completely digital, but that's way out down the road to be able to do that. That's
one budget cycle.
Oh yeah. It's probably 5 or 6 years down the road for us to be able to do that because we have to wait for the administrative office of the courts and the Supreme Court and them to hand down the specifics of the way they want to do things. And that we have virtual filing now that we've looked at, and that because we're just now coming back with court and it's going to be chaos, we have gotten approved to do that, where somebody from Memphis could actually file a case in Blount County if they needed to virtually on it. But that's been set aside for a while till we can make sure what track we're on and that. So on the digital, on the minutes of backup, we still have a hard backup or out in the cloud. Is that how it's? Yeah, through the cloud.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Now, let me see if I understand correctly what you said about additional personnel. On the documents that you showed us for additional operating requests and salary changes and such, Are both positions listed here or just one?
I only have one listed for a full-time position, and what I'm requesting is instead of it being a full-time position to be funded, just a part-time position.
So this bottom line number of $49,079.40 would go up by,
No, it would go down
okay,
because I already have this part-time person in place
mhm,
and she's making 21, so we would only need an additional 27,797.
okay,
So basically, it basically cuts that request in half is what it
Okay.
does.
and I think that's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, sir. And I'm not wanting to speak for Tom, but I think but we've had this discussion and one of the things that on the technology that seems to make it look like it's moving slow is the state has to, when they do implement technology, has to take into consideration all the counties in this
Oh, yeah.
in this state. So even though we are cutting edge and here, the state doesn't move to the very best and let them do what they can do. It tries to make it, Tom, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean.
They're trying to make this move slow enough to where people can catch up with in
Right, because
different
you got a lot of
counties.
rural counties and stuff and things that doesn't have the money and doesn't have the reserve that we have and things. I mean, we could step out and we could step up probably 3 more steps right now, but we can't because the state holds us back, because once they implement a program, it usually takes 3 to 5 years to get implemented across the state. So, and they do it in pieces. That's the problem. They'll do 4 or 5 counties in West Tennessee and 4 or 5 counties in Middle, and then 4 or 5 counties in East Tennessee. So when you're talking about 95 counties across the state, it takes anywhere from 3 to 5 years to totally implement a program. So,
No matter where we're at and what our capabilities are, it's always the entire numbers have to come up together. Don't they?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So any other questions? Tom, you want to move on into circuit court judge? Are you going to?
No, I think Tammy is she going to do that? I thought she was, but
Who is?
I can't. I'm sorry, that's the one that Judge Dugan. There's not any changes whatsoever in that.
Okay. All right. Is there any questions on the circuit court judge budget? Okay. Seeing none. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
Tamara, Robert, it's good to see you and Tamara. Okay, our next item on is recovery court. Amy, would you like to come up, please?
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good morning.
Judge Harrington wanted me to let everyone know she's in a jury trial this morning and she regrets not being able to be here with us this morning, but that's where she's at. I'll make this really short and simple. Recovery court, we are a treatment-based alternative to incarceration and standardized probation. We offer case management, intensive case management, treatment, and wraparound life skills services to the individuals that we serve who are dealing with substance abuse issues, mental health issues, as well as criminal behavior. We take a lot of pride in the program that we offer to our individuals. We are recognized within the state as having a very growing program that continues to have positive outcomes. We have been recertified even through the pandemic this past year, both in our recovery court and our veterans treatment court. That was quite a challenge getting our recertification done despite the pandemic, but it was done virtually, as is most things that are going on in our country today. Some of the accomplishments we have for 2021. The numbers have changed a little bit that from the presentation you have. As of today, we have 121 active participants in recovery court. We still have the 11 participants in veterans treatment, giving us 132 individuals that we are currently serving today. We have 17 individuals who are waiting on a referral list to enter our program. And on May 24th, we'll be conducting a graduation at Rio Revolution, and we have 17 individuals who have completed our program in the past year and are eligible to be in that graduation. So we're real excited about that.
Is that your largest group?
It'll be the largest, and a lot of that is because of COVID, because we haven't been able to have as many graduations. COVID has offered a lot of challenges in this past year and the pandemic and the way we operate. But the one thing that I would just like to recognize is we serve a population that you can't just shut down and not offer a service to. And so I'm very proud of the staff and the team that we have that govern our recovery court, to include all the team members, all the foundation members, staff members, and participants as well, because we've continued to offer those services throughout the pandemic. We got creative. We had to learn Zoom. We had to teach our participants how to use Zoom. And you know, when you're dealing with 132 individuals, some who may not have technology that allows them to do Zoom, we would have to find alternative ways for them to participate. A lot of this speaks to our partnerships. We have great partnerships with the library. They pitched in with us through our life skills classes and helped offer some training in our classes, because our classes also went virtual with Zoom. We never stopped offering the services that we offer on a daily basis. We just had to get creative with how we offered those services. During this time, we developed a 6-week relapse prevention class. When our folks found themselves being isolated, being sent home from work, not able to work, not able to come to the office, not able to do certain things like that. As many of us found that difficult, the population we serve found it extremely difficult. So we started seeing an increase in relapses. So we implemented a 6-week relapse prevention class that has been very effective, giving our individuals the opportunity to have 2 days a week where they spend half of their day doing back to the basics, basically, you know, remembering what it is they're working for in the first place. So our treatment class and our treatment specialist, in connection with our partnership with the University of Tennessee, we now have 3 interns who are working with our treatment staff. And one of those interns is who is actually doing the relapse prevention class, because we didn't have the staff to do that. So through our partnership with the University of Tennessee, we were able to get an intern who is training in school to be a therapist to come in and do this class. So it was a positive both ways. She was getting real life experience. We were getting the benefit of having a partnership with the University of Tennessee to offer that extra class. I've just been very impressed at how well, not just our program, but the county in general has embraced continuing on and offering service to the people that we deal with and work with on a daily basis, and not just staying home. Some of our goals for 2021, obviously I'll echo on what Tom had said prior, is to access training. A lot of our staff training, we had some things that were scheduled via Zoom, even some of those things got canceled. So hopefully in 2021, we're going to be able to access some of our training that we've missed. Treatment providers, they get CEUs for some of these trainings that we go to, and so we're hoping to get some of that caught up. We want to continue to provide consistent services to our high-risk, high-need population that we serve, and improve on those in any way that we can. A lot of that involves learning new drug trends, new effective supervision tools, and different ways to stay ahead of the curve. And then just to get back to, and I put normal in quotations because I'm not really sure what normal is anymore, but to try to get back to a normal routine after some of the shutdowns that we've dealt with in COVID. Just getting our participants back in the groove of working. We've had a year of unemployment and layoffs and things such as that, and now we've got to learn and retrain how to get back into the business of going to work. And so while that seems like maybe a simple thing for lots of us, for some of the people that we serve, that's a difficult thing because they were doing maybe the first job they'd ever had anyways. And so now with the layoffs, getting back into the work of getting up every day and going to work and just getting back in a routine. So it does offer some challenges, but I'm very positive of the outcome and how we'll move forward with this. As far as my budget remains the same. There are no changes in my budget other than the step increases. And on the position with Veterans Treatment Court that we absorbed into my county budget last year, because the grant is a federal grant, we had 3 months of the grant that covered her salary. So last year I only had to incorporate 8 months of her salary into our budget. This year, the whole year is in that budget. So that is the only 2 areas that you would see an increase. Questions?
Any questions? Yes, sir, Commissioner Anderson.
Good morning, Amy.
Good morning.
I had a couple of questions about your capital proposal right here, about the expanded lab. Is that something that is based on current numbers, or is that something?
What is the line item you're asking about?
It's the expanded lab on the,
The capital
upgrade.
project that we.
The upgrade.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know that was in the budget plan. So that was in what they had asked us to kind of put together a 5-year idea of what our capital projects would be. So currently we have a lab where we do our drug testing. We no longer do the dip cups. We have dip cups for our placements, but we actually have a lab on site where we get levels of what's going on. And that gives us the ability to hopefully catch a relapse before it happens. So say we have someone who has a drug screen and it's not a failed screen, but we see that their levels are elevated. That gives us a talking point to hopefully get in and deal with that issue prior to a relapse and prior to having to go back into custody to serve a jail sanction and that type of thing. So as our numbers grow, our needs grow in our drug testing. And so with our analyzer that we currently have, it is meeting the needs that we have currently. But one of the things that our provider, the DTPM, who we have our contract through, has advised us is as we continue to get larger and do more drug screens per year, we need to start looking at the capabilities to have a larger lab that will take care of the needs of more drug screens. We currently, every person in our program is drug screened on a weekly basis, except for those individuals in aftercare, and they're drug screened every other week. So when you're in phase 1 through 4 or stabilization through 4 in our program, you're subject to either 1, 2, or 3 drug screens a week. So when you're looking at 132 individuals, that's a lot of drug screens in a week. That's sometimes a lot of drug screens in a day that our staff is doing it. And those are all running through that machine. So as our numbers continue to increase, the capabilities of the current lab that we have, that also increases, driving us to need a larger lab. When we step up to the next size of analyzer, different things go into play. The next size of analyzer needs a incoming and outgoing water source, whereas the one we have now does not. And there's just certain specific things that are needed for the room itself to house a larger lab. And so we put that into our 5-year plan. It's not something we need right now. It's just something that we foresee. Hopefully our number will continue to grow and we're going to need that within the next 5 years. So we just wanted to start looking at that now.
okay. Where is the room where it is? Where's the drug analyzer room right now?
It is in the back of our office. If you know the layout of our office, if you walk all the way around, our office is the old health department. So we were fortunate to have some rooms that were set up as medical rooms already. So it's in the back area. The ventilation in the office is not always, it's a lot more humid in that area, sometimes in the heat of summer. and humidity plays a part in how the machine operates. There is a sink in that room, but there would have to be modifications made to allow water to go in and out of the analyzer if we stayed in that room, which possibly could happen. I, by no means, am a contract person, so I cannot tell you right now if that room would work or another room would be necessary. But it would probably have to be the room would have, modifications would have to be made to that room, or another room would have to be located to house it. One of the things that I also put in that request is, as we continue to grow, I would love to be able to get to the point where we could actually fund a individual that was their sole job, is to operate the lab. The lab is a very time-consuming position. Right now, there are 3 of us in our office that are certified to operate the lab. One is out on medical leave right now, so that's left 2 of us operating the lab, which is on busy screening days is a lot. But so that's also part of the capital project, is
Don't
to.
you also help probation with, you all-
Probation does screens in our office, the courts do screens in our office, and we have just started doing confirmation screens for juvenile court as well. Just within this past year, they've reached out to us to be able to use our lab to bring screens over to do confirmation screens. They had been sending those off, but we're able to do those confirmations for them. So they're now utilizing us. So in addition to probation, we have the courts and we have juvenile court, and we occasionally have a request from the detention facility, corrections facility, to do screens if that's needed as well.
Okay, thank
Did I
you.
answer your question?
Yeah, I did. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Stinnett.
Chairman, who would this be under Mr. Garner's plate to come up with a cost of this future expense?
If we take it to that level, yes, it would be probably Mr. Garner that would design that, or give us an idea, probably with the help of the company that's providing the machinery, yes.
Yeah, probably our office is something that he would do by himself then. I'm just thinking that we need to start considering that and be ready for it when it happens. Thank you, sir.
And if one thing to speak to that, DTPM will also, I guess it's considered a bid. They can also come in and make those changes, but they would bid what it would cost for them to do that, as opposed for someone within our county government making a bid to do that. So they have said that they can do that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you were talking about whether or not the room that you currently use is capable of being retrofitted versus finding another location, do you have options for another location? I mean, is there a viable option in your facility now?
I honestly don't know that answer. I know that we currently have a break room that we have for staff. It was the old kitchen in the health department. I don't know if that room would if we could switch the 2. There are some pipe issues. The sink that's in the kitchen that we use for our staff, you can't use it. They've ran I don't know the terminology for all this. They've ran the router thing through the pipes. It won't drain.
Stopped up.
Yes, thank you. It stopped up. So I don't know if it's capable to move to that room or not. That is an outside wall room, so the humidity is not as bad because it's not an interior room where it holds all the heat. It might be a better option if those 2 could be reversed. But aside from that, there are no more empty offices in the building where we're at. It would either have to be that one, switch them out, or we would have to find another. We don't have any other empty offices unless there would be another office we would have to switch out.
Would I be safe in saying that not all agencies like yours have the ability to do their own testing? I mean, I'm assuming that you're kind of an exception.
As far as I know, we're one of maybe the only one now in the state that actually has our own analyzer. There were other contracts at one time, but they were unable to keep up the expense of an analyzer. it was a game changer for us. I can't imagine going backwards and going back to dip cup testing because you miss a lot in that and it's open to human error. You know, you're looking, do I see a line? Do I not see a line? Whereas with the analyzer, we're testing the urine and we're getting a number. There's no discrepancy in that. So it has been a game changer for us, not just for us in general, but for our participants in the program. You know they can't come in and get by with a positive screen with the lab, whereas with the dip cup, it is more possible.
That question leads to a compliment, and because I wanted to compliment you and all those involved at having something that nobody else in the state potentially has. And then that leads to excitement that you're not satisfied with what you've got. You are looking for something better. So I think our people are in good hands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Adam?
Amy, what I consider very moderate estimate, projected estimate that I see on the page of 7,000 to 12,000, that's based on what? Does that, one of the things that has proven to be an issue for many of our buildings because they're older are some ventilation and HVAC kinds of issues. For your analyzer, that's part of it, for the accuracy of your test. And based on what you shared with us just this morning, I anticipate that you would be used even more rather than less because it helps out our own internal other family members,
Right.
so to speak, and would help the process as well. So is that a very modest estimate? But tell us what it includes so that, because I'm with Commissioner Stinnett, I believe you need to be working toward that a little bit sooner than we see marked here.
Okay. So that is yes, based on what Indico Plus had told us we would need for a larger analyzer. Of course, we keep in mind we already have an analyzer, so we were just looking at what would have to be an increase. This was just me giving an estimate based on what they were telling me. I do not have any construction experience or knowledge. That is a modest number. I probably tend to do that with most things. I like to stretch the dollar as much as I can stretch it. So this was based on the calculations that DTPM gave me on what would have to happen to change to go to a larger analyzer, knowing that we would still have a lot of conversation that we would have to have and a lot of things. This was a very preliminary estimate. It obviously, I don't think I included an additional person on that. I'm sorry, I cannot read that and I don't have that in front of me. And so that also would be included in that, but I honestly don't know what the building modifications would be. That is the rough estimate based on what DTPM told me they would need for the new analyzer. But I can get with Denny and get that if you need me to.
First be able to take a look at that information early on.
Sure.
Helpful, even in the next budget process to know what that may or may not include.
Absolutely.
A person. And so I envision, and you tell me if I am on the right, you think I'm on the right track or not on the right track, that it could eventually be an overall cost savings for the county, maybe not for your department as a whole, but for the county as a whole, if everybody's not either subcontracting out or trying to do the same kind of testing, but it all comes from one department.
Sure.
Would that be a fair statement?
Absolutely. And, obviously as we move forward, just like this year with Juvenile coming in and wanting to do the testing, the more people see the benefits of the lab, the more people want to access that. The courts, for example, not this past year because there hasn't been a lot of courts going on, but the year before, the courts were sending people to us on a regular basis to do screens that they had questions about on cases. Lots of divorce cases where allegations come up, they'll send them to the office to have lab testing. So I foresee that picking back up in the upcoming year as courts open back up on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Since this does fall under the mayor's office, recovery court, I want to say this, Amy has done and her staff have done a amazing job, not just this year, but over the last 11 years and that I've been involved in this position. And I want to say she's done this year with her right-hand person, pretty much helping when they can, but there has been health issues. And this person is vital to this organization. And Amy and her and everyone has stepped up. And it's not the lab it's a pretty big deal what they're able to do with the lab. But the lab is a part of a huge organization that does amazing things every day. Our recovery court is where everybody in the state comes and says, how do you all do this? How do you all make this work? Because and as are a lot of the departments in this county. But I know, and Amy will tell you that people want their recovery court to work like ours. They want it to have the successes ours has. They want it to have the ability to help the people from the people in the community to our veterans to everyone. And what they do is pretty amazing. And every one of those people that work in that department, they're not employees. They are absolutely crusaders in their heart for the people that they serve every day. And it's pretty special that we have that. Amy, you do an absolutely amazing job, and you have a great staff. And I just want to say thank you for everything that you do. And thank you for what you do. And I know that the COVID has been a terrible thing. It's a pandemic, but if you get administrative pages like I do, overdoses is a pandemic also in this community. And this has driven it. It's made it go up, not down. And the people that are dying or the people that they're having to bring back with Narcan is a lot more than I think people that are having COVID right now. In this county. And those are the people, that's the world you live in, and those are the people you save. And I just want to say thank you very much to you and your staff for everything that you do for this community, because it's the forgotten community. It's the ones everybody knows about but doesn't want to talk about, But guess what? They are our citizens, and they are our brothers and sisters, and they are our families. And you all reach that group, and you do an amazing job. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Next up is other boards and committees. Yeah.
So you have a tab called Other Boards and Committees, as the mayor just said. What is in that budget is the Community Justice Initiative. And I think it's worth mentioning that COVID really stalled what we were trying to accomplish there. So in the way of a reminder, it was formed in 2017 to address our jail capacity and underlying issues such as substance misuse, mental health, recidivism, and it is to work in partnership with the CARES Committee that was appointed by County Commission. In 2021, we began trying to complete more work on the transition center property that we purchased in 2019, but that got stalled because of COVID. We also, at the same time, came to this body and the full commission to get approval for a full-time project manager. And that was done in early 2020, but we did not hire that person because of the policies that we put in place to not hire anyone during the COVID process. Our goals for the coming year are to move forward with our concept on the transition center. By way of information, some of you have heard the mayor say this, House Bill 240 has been introduced and is working its way through the committee process. In the meantime, the mayor was made aware by the governor and his staff that they have captured a couple of the tenets from our bill, our House Bill 240, and incorporated that in the governor's proposal. So it will have 2 tracks to be approved. And if the governor's proposal does not move forward, then we have our own House Bill 240 that is intended to move forward. The mayor has continued to have ongoing discussions periodically with other regional mayors from surrounding counties, our legislators, and the governor and his staff regarding funding challenges and programming discussions for what the transition center may look like. The challenge that we have, well, the good news is we have a lot of cooperation, a lot of interest, and a lot of need in our surrounding counties, those being Knox, Sevier, Loudoun, and Monroe counties, along with Blount County. And the need is great, as you've heard Amy and she gets part of that clientele. Our other probationers and people in jail also are potential clients in this type of a facility. But the mayor has continued to move forward with those discussions. They are bearing fruit. The challenge will be, because you're talking about multiple jurisdictions, we may need help and guidance from the state on how we navigate that, because everyone doesn't have the same processes through their court system. Specifically, the budget for Department 51240 is a budget recommendation of $162,445. And that is a slight increase primarily because of the labor cost for the step increase. And that is a slight increase of about $700 from the current year. Any questions or comments?
Ms. Hannah?
Randy, I have one question.
Okay.
In the 2020 budget, there's $10,000 for contracts, so on and so forth. I don't see any in this proposed budget. Would there not be some pending contracts that we should be looking toward or planning for that may not be captured here?
It is not captured, and in part because we do have a reserve set up in fund balance for other costs that may arise. And I don't think we're smart enough just yet to tell you what those needs are. So we didn't want to make a blind assessment at what they might be without some basis.
Thank you.
Good point.
Can I ask a quick question? Mayor?
Sure.
I probably should know the answer to this, but I don't. I know that Mr. Sterling was our part-time.
Yes.
Did he retired? Is that correct?
No, we actually still have some provision in here for his assistance.
Okay.
It's under part-time still.
Okay. Did we
And then
hire a full-time person yet? or
We have
wait?
not hired the person yet. You have approved the position, and the position is incorporated in this budget.
So the money's there. We just haven't named the
That is
person for
correct.
the position. Okay.
That is correct.
This is taking a real, in my conversations with the governor and his commissioner of corrections, and since we have brought all the other mayors on board with the sheriff's departments, with their DA's office, and they are very excited about this. The only problem that we ran into is no one knew, and our chairman of this advisory committee is Randy Nichols, and Randy Nichols has spent 30 years of his life working on identifying the opiate, the drug problem and trying to help those people. But when we started putting all of this together and turning this into a regional transition facility, it's not been done. No one knew how to make this mechanism work. And there was a lot of reasons you could do it, you couldn't do it, and not a lot of reasons how you could do it. So we've had to change with House Bill and with the governor's participation. We're getting ready to at least change it to where it can be done legally. And but it seems like every step we take, it's all new ground. You're having to cut your way through to make some of this stuff work, which is kind of disappointing if you want to know the truth. But we're still progressing with this. Glenn and Buddy and Larry and and Mitch are very excited. The sheriffs, all the sheriffs are very engaged, and the DAs also. I'm hoping that with the governor's new recidivism stance and changing some of the laws and the court laws that we could have some real strong participation from the state. I would love to see the state come in and kind of help us, because with that umbrella of the state, it could sure make this go a lot easier. It really could. So I'm working on that, and we're having conversations, and I've held on to the governor's arm talking to him about this, and he's very interested. This is something he's got a passion for. So, but that's where we're at on this. So, thank you, Randy. Anybody need to take a break, real quick, 5-minute break or anything? You okay? Okay.
I gotta clean up my mess. Quit throwing your wrappers over here.
I don't like to think I'm eating.
Randy, are you gonna take care of that for Mac?
The Public Defender's Office will not have anyone here today. They're kind of slammed. They did give us advance notice. That budget is organizational number 53610. The recommendation is $47,805. You do have a letter in here from Mr. Garner, and that is basically, it is exactly the same budget they submitted this time a year ago. There was a slight increase during the year that was approved, but it is reverting back to its budget of 2021. And that is our local support to support what the state invests in the Public Defender's Office.
Any questions on that? Okay, thank you. The next department up is probation. Joni, due to some personal issues, I've told her not to worry about this morning because she was tied up on another issue, and I told her we would take care of this. The probation, hey, I think you could sort of follow on the same track that Tom talked about and that Amy's talked about, that the world has changed. They have been very innovative with Zoom, and there was at one time there was absolutely no contact, and her staff, Joni's staff, has just absolutely been amazing in how this the COVID has affected them and their ability to interact with their the people that they serve. But they've continued to go on to continued on. Their revenues are down because the state stopped allowing DUI schools, traffic violation schools, all of that stopped, and you're going to see some reduction in her revenues as things come back. That's going to change because now the state, I think, is allowing to do Zoom DUI schools. So we're on the cutting edge of being able to do that, and Joni is too. Joni's department, which also falls under the mayor, is also one of those departments that we have counties from all over the state come to see how Joni runs probation, because that's how they're trying to implement it. A lot of them are going from East Tennessee, from Ethra, and trying to take on their own probation. And the model that they use from West Tennessee all the way back here is the model that we have. So they spend a lot of time well, prior to the COVID, there was a lot of times Joni would say, I have someone from this county coming in with a group to see how we do probation, which I think says a lot about what they've been able to do. They have went from, due to the court systems, they have went from 1,900 down to around 900 that they're in person. I think that this is a hybrid Zoom in person. I'm not real sure how some of that, what determines what you are under that program. But Joni and her staff have stepped up. She's not asking for any, the only increase in her budget is the step increases for her employees. So with that being said, does anybody have any questions on probation? Okay. Seeing nothing on that, and please keep Joni and her family in your prayers today, please. Next up, juvenile court. Judge Foster.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Ms. Hannum, how are you all? Good, thank you. Do I use this clicker? Is that the one? Okay. So what we do in juvenile court is we do all the child abuse and neglect cases that are filed in the county. We terminate parental rights. We establish parentage, so paternity actions, custody and visitation for all the non-married people in the county. According to child support enforcement, we take care of 75% of child support cases in the county. We deal with juvenile delinquency, which are crimes committed by children. We deal with juvenile unruliness, which are things that only kids can do, like running away from home or truancy. And we have a staff of a court director, a magistrate, part-time magistrate, a judicial assistant, and youth services officers whose jobs are prevention services and providing probation supervision. I just briefly wanted to go over what happens when children are abused and neglected, just to give you an idea of why our cases are a little bit different than in the adult world, where you maybe have a prosecutor and a defendant, or a petitioner and a respondent, and maybe lawyers each. But in a DCS case, DCS investigates child abuse or neglect allegations. And then they'll file an emergency petition asking for immediate removal of those children, either into foster care or placement with somebody else. The judge has to review that immediately when it's filed. And by law, we have to have a preliminary hearing within 3 days. So it doesn't matter what we have on the docket, it doesn't matter what we have scheduled, it doesn't matter if you've got a doctor's appointment, you've got to have that hearing within 3 days. Everybody gets a lawyer, moms, dads, kids, and so you can see that if we have a two-parent household with one child, you end up with 3 lawyers off the bat, plus DCS's attorney and a DCS investigator. So a lot of moving pieces are involved. By law, we have to have a trial within 30 days. We have to have a permanency plan hearing to ratify a permanency plan within 60 days. We have to have a foster care review board or judicial review within 90 days, and then every 6 months thereafter, and a permanency hearing every 12 months. So these cases are not trial and done. They go on and on and on. 584 days is the average time a Blount County child spends in foster care waiting for permanency. And how they get to permanency is they go home to their parents, which we hope, we want to try to keep families together. They exit custody with a relative. They turn 18 without ever achieving permanency. They have somebody become their permanent guardians, or parents' rights are terminated and children are adopted. So I want to correct something Ms. Gallion said. We never closed. I know that maybe there's this idea that courts shut down because the state Supreme Court suspended in-person hearings. We never stopped. We kept going through the help of the clerk's office, through our wonderful IT department. We created Zoom breakout rooms. We got Zoom courtrooms going, and we start at 8:30, sometimes 8 o'clock, and we go until we are done every 30 minutes. We do our cases by Zoom, sometimes by telephone, but we have not stopped. We are just about the busiest we have ever been. We've had a 144% increase in new cases filed from 2019 to 2020. We had 13,000 cases filed, new cases filed last year. Right now, we have 22,000 open pending cases. And you see, because 584 days in foster care, these cases keep going. Magistrate Lashman, despite all of her challenges, her surgeries, her chemo, her radiation, presided over 800 trials. And by trials, I mean something where she had to hear something and make decisions. Magistrate Bedingfield, who's only been working with us 2 days a week since October, has presided over 166 trials. And I have presided over 1,300 trials about, and again, that's something where we're having argument and people are presenting evidence. That's not just the, hey, judge, we have an agreement type of case. Our youth services officers provide probation supervision for juveniles. They assist families with referrals for mental health services, alcohol and drug treatment. One of the biggest jobs they have is prevention, trying to intervene and to help families to find services so that we don't end up with children in foster care. They provide a lot of counseling. They try to help kids get on the right track, get families on the right track, connect families with resources, transportation, housing, and other things. And they do conduct initial court appearances. We have an 8:15 docket several days a week where they're doing initial court appearances. I just included a organizational chart for your benefit just so you can see our staff. And Ms. May is here, our director. She's available if you have any questions for her as well about youth services officers and her responsibilities for the court. So our goals for 21-22 are to continue to improve our services to the community. I cannot say enough about how my staff has just jumped in to provide services to families, particularly during the pandemic when they've been struggling to find mental health services, alcohol and drug services. So they've just done an amazing job. We, again, are trying to decriminalize children's behaviors, to rehabilitate children, and to keep families together whenever possible. We need a new magistrate. I had asked for one a couple of years ago. I intended to ask for one last year. COVID hit. I withdrew that request. I am asking again. We desperately need a new magistrate to handle the increased caseload, to continue to provide services to our families in Blount County, because these are children who are placed with our citizens, grandparents, aunts, uncles. They are here. They need our help. We need to be able to move these children to permanency faster than 584 days. Also, I want to just give a heads up that I have been contacted by the Administrative Office of the Courts about being a safe baby court expansion site. So that is pending before the state legislature. And if so, we will have a safe baby court coordinator, and we will expand our services trying to deal with neonatal abstinence syndrome babies, fetal alcohol syndrome babies, and those families ages 0 to 3. Our budget request, we have pretty much reverted back to what our budget request was prior to the pandemic, when we had, at the request of Mr. Vineyard and the county, said this is money we can do without. We knew we weren't going to be traveling. We knew we didn't need our travel money in our budget. We knew we weren't going to be attending conferences except virtually for our continuing education. So we were able to give some of that money back to the county. We are just asking for that to go back into our budget the way it was. And then, of course, our big request is for a new magistrate. Questions?
I've got one.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Kind of a question, kind of a comment, I guess. You know, I've been on the budget committee a number of years, and I not got the best memory in the world, but I do recall you coming to us before asking about a new magistrate. Pardon me, I'm sorry. I've kind of looked into these numbers, not that I didn't trust what you said, but I've kind of looked into it myself. And, you know, I think the world we're in right now is not the same world we were in when I was a kid.
Right.
And, you know, you're talking about, what'd you say, 22,000 cases?
Open cases, yes, sir.
Of course, I don't speak for any other member of the budget committee. I speak for myself when I'm speaking, but I think you need a new magistrate. And I think the numbers are there. I think the need's there. You know, we just heard from Amy Gallion about what goes on in recovery court. It's all tied together, because those people that are in recovery court were the juveniles that you were dealing with before they became adults. So it's a domino effect. If they end up in recovery court, then shame on us for not being able to prevent that from happening before they got there. I know it's a lot of moving parts, and I know that we do the best we can with the money we got, but this is important
It is.
because once they hit that magic number, 18, 21, whatever that age may be, it's adult world, it's adult jail.
It is.
And I think that we need to do what we can within the confines of how much money we've got. Obviously, everything revolves around what can we fund and what can't we fund. But I support this, and I just want you to know that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to say that, you know, our goals are rehabilitation and decriminalization. And once you get to the adult world, it is about punishment and deterrence. So what we can do on the front end, and then those people that are in recovery court may also have children. And if they're in recovery court and they're incarcerated, there's nobody to take care of their children except foster care or grandparent, aunt, uncle. So it is a perpetuating cycle, unfortunately. I'd love to be able to nip it in the bud. Thank you. Other questions?
Commissioner?
Chairman, thank you. The Safe Baby Court expansion,
Yes.
is that something that we would receive state money from?
Yes. $100,000 to fund a full-time Safe Baby Court coordinator, and then extra funding for other uses, depending upon, you know, what we need. And it is a very, very involved, very intense program, but a lot of great research around the country about Safe Baby Courts intervening, as Commissioner Kaler talked about early on, and trying to help these families fix what's broken so we don't end up with their kids in the adult justice system later.
But we would have to supply the infrastructure, the building, the housing of this person.
We would, yes, but we've got some space downstairs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other
Thank you,
questions?
Chairman.
Ms. Hannah?
Yes, I
ma'am.
want to expand on what Commissioner Stinnett just asked, and that
Yes.
is, if needed, you don't have any thought yet as to what your expanded budget may be for the Safe Babies program?
I do not. Again, we've just been approached by that, and it's pending before the legislature this year.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if we get it, they provide the funding for that. We, of course, have to provide the courtroom, the judicial officer. And we're not, I mean, I don't want to put the cart before the horse. So who knows?
Okay. And I have one question about in your actual budget for this year, there have been some costs for testing, but I don't see any requests for 2022 budget for testing. I'm assuming that's drug testing, and what kind of testing is that?
Testing, that is, Ms. May, correct, that's drug testing, right?
We found out that we were actually taking our drug tests with Ms. Fields, I conferred with Ms. Fields, that we were taking our drug testing out of the wrong line item, and it should have been coming out of a different line item. I believe it's 413 is what we should have been taking it out of. So that's a new line item in our budget this year to encompass all the drug testing. We were taking it out of two separate line items, and it should have all just been coming out of that one. And so we've created a new line item of 413 that encompasses all of our drug testing, the lab testing that we would reimburse Ms. Galliard's program for, and the actual buying of the actual cups for the testing. Okay, very good. So all of your salaries, all of your testing is reflected in needs, as far as you know now, are reflected in what we see before us today.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions?
Anybody? Judge, I have a question on
Yes, sir.
you're asking for another magistrate. Are you going to continue, if you hire a new magistrate, do you still need the part-time magistrate?
No.
So you're
We-
going to take the part-time position and turn that into a full-time?
Correct.
position. Okay. Any other questions?
One thing just came to me as you spoke. Is there room, an office, a courtroom space?
Yes.
I've been in there.
So-
It looks like a Chinese fire drill all the time. So there's.
I know. So there is Judge Denton's old office, and I've already talked to Mr. Hatcher. He's going to provide us all the equipment that we need to convert that into a virtual courtroom. It is small, but we think we can repurpose that old office, the big office, into a third courtroom with minimal type of, paintbrush type things, minimal work. And because juvenile cases are closed to the public, and because you can only bring in one case at a time anyway by law, we think that that will be sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Judge. Emergency Management.
Good morning, everybody.
Good, Lance.
Morning, Lance.
I wanted to start off with an announcement I'm pretty excited about. Stephen Cardwell, my assistant director, can't be here today because his wife gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, 8 pounds, 8 ounces, 20 and a half inches long, Lacey Ruth Cardwell. So
Oh, wow. Good
we're
for
really
him.
excited about that.
So Roger's a papa.
Yeah, he was yesterday at our 911 board meeting. Every time his phone would vibrate, he was.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're excited about that. All right, so what do we do? Basically, we work with law enforcement, fire and rescue for planning, write grants, do communications, work with schools,
Talk a little closer to the mic, Lance. We're not hearing you good.
work with the schools and the municipalities as well as the National Weather Service. So basically it's a position where you're working as a resource for multiple agencies and individuals and ultimately the citizens, the residents here in Blount County. But it's really exciting because you also get to do things like ReadyOp and manage the iPod system. So, and it's definitely been something that we increased our footprint this year with the COVID response. If I guess you could say it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and that's what this year's has been. Because normally when we have a response, it's what the train derailment was about 10 to 12 days. The Wallen fire was about 14 days. And
2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks. We are still in the middle of this response. We're a year and a week past it. And so we've learned a lot. We worked with a lot of industry. We started working with the assisted living facilities and the dialysis clinics, but we also worked even more with the schools and all the athletic departments trying to get them thermometers, hand sanitizer, gloves, masks, whatever they needed. That's what we tried to get. And so TEMA has normally about a $1.5 million budget for personal protective equipment, but last year they spent $15 million. They've got a warehouse that is at the Nashville airport. And so basically I think it was about the first 4 months of the response, we were working 7 days a week just to get personal protective equipment, thermometers, anything, a hand sanitizer, disinfectant spray, cleaning wipes, to all the schools, all the assisted living facilities. And basically, if it's a first responder, if it's a municipality or even Parks and Rec, we worked with them to get them what they needed to operate. And so then after that, I guess it was at the end of July, we realized we had 2 months left in our federal fiscal year, and we had to focus on our regular duties. And so everything kind of slowed down for us. Once we got our feet under ourselves as far as COVID response. So then we started working on our hazardous materials emergency planning grant, which is the hazmat drill we do every year. And Maryville Fire Department actually hosted that. And we had a really good event there.
I concur. It was a good
Yep.
learning opportunity for everybody.
We did a tabletop and then full scale. And then we did a third drill. And basically it was a tabletop at Alcoa Fire Department showing off the Homeland Security grant purchases that we made to upgrade the technology in their EOC. So it was, like I said, we had about $43,000 for a Homeland Security grant. And that funded a pole camera at Maryville Police Department, an advanced mic systems for the 3 fire departments, hazmat teams, and then gas masks for the Alcoa Police Department. So that was a good thing. The HMEP grant for the hazmat drill was $11,900. And then we also applied for a $555,000 grant. We assisted 911, Blount County 911 in applying for that grant. But that is to put a new backup 911 facility in the courthouse. So if something happens at the 911 center and they go down, then it's turnkey and we can just basically bring everybody here and not even miss a beat. So that's a grant that we're applying for them. They're doing it, but we're doing the paperwork basically. So that's been an exciting opportunity. And then, as I said, we also have other initiatives. Our warming center initiative has grown in its 3rd season. We served 48 people there this year on 9 nights from December through March. And we have a lot of volunteers. We have about 40 people on our damage assessment team. about 30 people on our hazard mitigation project or hazard mitigation planning team, but we've probably got close to 75 people on our warming center initiative team. And that's people from different community organizations and churches and congregations. And it's really exciting to see what they're doing, because they're doing this out of the kindness of their hearts. People come in and they got nowhere to go. And it could be a homeless person, or it could be somebody that say their power went out because of inclement weather. When we open this up, when it's 25 degrees or colder, then they come in, they've got a warm meal, usually chili, pizza, usually chili or a big crock pot or something. And then they got a warm place to sleep. They can take a shower, they can do their laundry. And the next morning they get a biscuit and a cup of coffee. So it's really neat to see this, because there's so many people that are helping. And every time we do this, and Chief, I think you'll concur, it seems like there's different volunteers showing up. And this year was different. This year was a real challenge. Working with Dr. Hoffman, Phil Hoffman, and Rick Myers, they manage it for us. We're more of a liaison and a resource for them. We contact National Weather Service, and when they say, yes, it's going to be 25 degrees on Tuesday, on Saturday night or Sunday, I'm calling the mayor, and then I'm calling Rick Myers and Phil, and they're recruiting the team that has committed to that particular night. And so it's really cool to see this, because it really touches people's hearts to be able to help the less fortunate, help those who in some cases can't help themselves. So, and finally, what we want to do is our goals. One of the things that we did this year that's connected to a goal we're going to do next year is we contracted debris management and debris monitoring firms for long-term disaster recovery. And I won't talk too much about that because there's a lot to say about it. But those are the first two pieces, because when you have a large scale disaster, you can't just put all that on the highway department, because they've got stuff they got to do. So you bring in these other firms that are going to take care of that debris, and then a monitoring firm monitors it, and then they submit to get reimbursed from FEMA for us. So it takes a lot of the heavy lifting off of us. But then, we're working on a long-term recovery plan. We're working with Sevier County with their Mountain Tough long-term recovery team. The mayor and I met with Barbara Jones via a webcam about 4 months ago, and we're going through their report. We're going to work on a plan, recruit a team, and that'll be another group of volunteers. And so these folks will be able to raise money and use that and make decisions on how that money will help the folks who are displaced because of a disaster. So our next long-term goal, of course, that we want to get done this year is we've upgraded our inventory system, and we're in the process of inputting everything that we've got from the past, actually 15 years. We know where everything is from 2015 to now. It's getting and logging in everything from, I guess, 2003 to 2015. And that's a lot of stuff, because the mayor and I were talking after 9/11 in 2001, our Homeland Security grants were a lot bigger than they are now. You're looking $300,000 or $400,000 in equipment each year. So it was a really big, that's going to be a chore. We're going to get that done this year. We've assisted with 1.5 million in hazard mitigation project grant applications. We're also facilitating 120,000 in emergency management planning grants, state Homeland Security planning grants, and hazardous materials emergency program grants. So that's something that it may seem dry when you're looking at the paperwork, but when you go to a department and say, hey, we can work with you and help you get a certain amount of money and equipment, it can be a dry thing when you're reading through all the documentation and making applications, but it's exciting to see what it can do for a department, whether it be Maryville, Alcoa, Blount County, the sheriff's office, the police departments, even the volunteer fire departments now get a certain allotment of Homeland Security grant money. And it's so neat, because even when this equipment gets to the point where they replace it, it can still be reallocated and used for years. So we're excited about that. And we're, of course, we're working with Alcoa Fire Department for our annual hazmat drill. And that's going to be in probably September. We'll do a tabletop and then a full scale. But other than that, the big thing is we're continuing to help assist with COVID-19 response. And that's been a big challenge, but it's been a real opportunity, because we're working with the health department and TEMA to get, we moved the vaccine testing tent to Foothills Mall, And that, it's incredible to see how well they've done. The gold standard for the number of shots in arms is 60 an hour. They're well over 70 an hour, and they're flowing them through there. And we want to thank the good folks at Foothills Mall, because having that location right there on the northwest side of the property, people are coming off Foothills Mall Drive and coming in, getting their shots, going through parking. I've had so many people say, I can't believe it was that easy. And I said, well, come on, you know, and it's an exciting thing too. So anything we can do to help the health department with what they're doing, it's always, like I said, it's a really joy. It's a joy, you know, to be able to do that, because you can see the relief on someone's face when they get that first vaccine shot. So, but I've talked on, maybe longer than I should have. But anybody have any questions?
Lance's budget, he hasn't increased it other than he has asked for a vehicle. That would be the only addition to his. Anybody have?
Yeah, how old is the vehicle you're driving now?
It's a 2010. Director Stennett had it, and it's got about 98,000 miles on it. The transmission's slipping.
I knew you had problems with it. I just want to make sure everybody knew it's wore out. If you don't mind, Mayor, while I've got the floor, if you allow me to put my deputy fire chief hat on just a second, I can say that, you know, emergency management is a lot. You laughing at me? It's a lot like a lot of the other departments that they are behind the scenes and people don't really realize, you know, what they're doing for the community. But I can speak firsthand. This touches public safety every day, not every month or so. Every day it touches public safety in Blount County. It makes us a better place for us to live. So I appreciate Stephen and Lance and of course you all for letting that happen. So thank you.
I want to say that during the COVID, I'm gonna tell you, we were running 150 mile an hour. Lance was putting PPEs in a lot of people's hands. We worked day and night doing that, making sure the people had the protection that they needed in all departments, from the hospital to nursing homes to businesses and everything, and us personally, because we never shut down. The courthouse never shut down. We didn't close the doors for anything. We just became a little more careful in how we did business, and we worked. We did, you know, and then not to diminish anything, but you know, Lance was very much the orchestrator of setting the moving the vaccination tent down, getting that set up. I'm going to say that the highway department, the Blount County Highway Department, was very, very much a part of that. It's amazing when you work in an organization where so many people have got the same goals, and that's just what's good for this community. And we were able to Lance got the tent set up, got the highway department coordinated. Jeff and them did that. And going back to the warming center, I want to make sure everybody understands that the warming center gets no funding, no tax funding from Blount County. And that all came about 3 years ago. We had a pretty bad winter. And at one time, before all the construction out here, the courthouse seemed to be kind of a hub for those people that were homeless. And we got to know a lot of them. They came in, drank coffee, and you know, it's when you leave and go home at night and the temperature is 17 degrees, you're thinking about those people that you talked to that day that are down here in the park or under the bridge or something. And I came in one day and I said, Lance, we're going to have to do something. I can't sleep at night knowing that Jim and his wife and some of the people that we knew that were, I said, those people are in that out there cold. I don't want to start talking about shelters and things, but there's got to be something we can do. And him and Don, and we started meeting with people in the United Way, and then we got with Rick and First Baptist Church, which I'm gonna tell you what, that church is a superstar in this community over here and what they do. And we started the warming center, and it has been very successful. We've fed a lot of people and kept a lot of people warm on nights when they wouldn't be able to stay warm. And but we've done a lot of that with grants. Lance has found grants. We've had a lot of donations. and just a lot of the community's input, but a lot of volunteers, and that's pretty special when a community can do that and just quietly go about making that happen and not making a big fanfare about it, which I think went over very well. So,
Yeah, East Tennessee Foundation and the United Way.
yeah.
They funded that with 10,000 from United Way, and I want to say 2,500 from East Tennessee Foundation, and that bought us a homesteader trailer, all the cots, blankets, and all the supplies we need.
Yeah.
And so we really appreciate Rick Myers and Phil Hoffman and
Absolutely.
their team
Dr. Hoffman and
managing
Rick
it.
have done a great job. And you too, Lance. I just want to say thank you for the energy that you put in every day and making sure. I'm going to tell you, if I mention it, at 10 in the morning, by 2 in the afternoon, Lance is bringing it into my office. So I have to be careful what I say. So, but I appreciate you and the job you do. Thank you very much, Lance.
And I also want to recognize all our volunteers.
Yes.
And my assistant director, Stephen Cardwell, is just an amazing guy. I love him like a brother. And he's technically savvy, knows his job, but he also knows how to work with people. He volunteers for the fire department. He also is on the Friendsville City Council or City Commission. I think it's a commission. And then we've got volunteers like Bill Kilgore. He's our strike team leader for damage assessment and helps out. Kim Starling, she also volunteers as an outreach coordinator. And folks like John Huffman and Steve Johnson, and just a whole group of folks. They really, I was asked the other day by the Knox County EMA director, how many employees do you have? And I said, well, I've got me and my assistant director, but I said, we've probably got well over almost 100 volunteers, and we couldn't make it without them. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after the fires in Sevier County, I mean, we were the ones that did the assessment. I mean, our team from Blount County, Larry will tell you, if it hadn't been for that, the initial assessments would have never got done. So
All right.
anyway, thank you. Appreciate it, Lance. Next up is Judge William R. Brewer Jr. with General Sessions. And he's brought his posse with him, so we're.
Let me also reiterate that General Sessions Court never closed. There was a Supreme Court order that shut us down for a while to the public, but we were still hearing cases that we were mandated to hear, primarily folks that were incarcerated that could not make bond. Then we were allowed to open to the public, but we were restricted as to the numbers that could come into the courtroom. For instance, my courtroom, I think, is rated by the fire marshal for like 140 people. We could only, basically, because of social distancing, we could only have 20 people, 20 audience members at a time. So that made for a lot longer days. Then the Supreme Court closed us again to in-person hearings. So we were limited going back to just hearing those cases that we were required to hear. And this past March 15, we are now reopened to the public again, limited as to the numbers we can come in to participate. But with the help of the clerk's office and other stakeholders, we've reset cases out to where come, as I said in the elected official meeting, come April, May, and June, you might as well throw away the keys to the front door of the Justice Center, because we're going to be like 7-Eleven. We're going to be open 24 hours a day. We're just trying to get back up, but we're working. So we never shut down. Going to the budget, the only request that we're making, we're not asking for any additional money on the operational side. And the only other monies that we're asking for the increase would be for the step increase for the ladies that take care of us, and then for the state mandated COLA for the judges, which was 1.2%. That amounts to the only increase in our budget request. Okay.
I was going to say something.
Yeah.
I think, let me preface it with, I'm not asking for anything, but I thought you all might think this is interesting as far as maybe some effects COVID's having on the county as far as like some of the cases and things. And so, for instance, I thought it seemed a little busier in probate, but now I actually have some numbers. And like Judge Brewer said, we've actually kept a lot of things going, and we're pretty current, frankly, on probate. And kept things going through some creative methods, and so we're doing good. But I thought perhaps because the beginning of the year was so busy that maybe there was some pent up, cases from last year. But so I looked at these numbers, and for instance, like in 2019, there was a total of 418 filings for probate. And I thought, well, maybe 2020 would be lower, but it was still 485. So that, even though there might have been some slower months, it's still the total ended up being more than one. But I point this out to you because, for instance, in January of 2019, we had 40 new case filings. In 2020, we had 43. But this January, we had 63 new filings, opening new cases. And I'll use March. In 2019, we had 43. In 2020, we had 32. So that might have been a little bit of a lull when COVID was hitting. But we're just on the 26th of March, and we've already opened 62 new files. So again, like I said, I'm not asking you for anything. I'm just I thought you all might think that's interesting how it may be affecting. And what I'm seeing is, it's not so much that not only in decedent estates, seeing an increase in like conservatorships that touch on COVID, like for instance, one we're dealing with an elderly brother lived with his sister and her husband. No court set up or anything like that. But then she got COVID and she's hospitalized. Well, of course, he can't really deal with him. So we're going to set up a conservatorship so he can get him into some kind of assisted living. So that's not like a decedent estate, but that's like an impact that COVID is having. So, I don't know, how long this upward trend will continue, but, we're dealing with it. And frankly, like Judge Brewer said, we've never shut down, and we've actually moved a lot of the cases along. So we're not really particularly behind on that. There's a few things we couldn't do because we had to have live hearings, but things have moved pretty well. So in case you were wondering about how it may be affecting probate, of course, I don't know the total number of deaths, obviously, in the county, but clearly it's increasing our activity. So I just thought you all might think that was interesting. Anybody have any questions about that? Anything I've said?
No. Any questions for the judge?
No?
No, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Well, again, just to elaborate, and we appreciate the help we got from the Sheriff's Department, IT, as far as when we first started doing it, the inmates. Of course, we weren't allowed to bring them up, so we had to Zoom them. There's connectivity issues down there because of the block, how the jail's made. So they hardwired Zoom in. So we've yet to bring it up, except unless we've had to have a hearing, we've yet to bring an inmate up. And and as far as I'm concerned, we'll continue to do it that way because it's just, we found out, it's an unintended, unexpected consequence that it's easier to do it that way. It's a lot safer for all involved. So, and we try, we're Zooming cases with lawyers. It's not practical for litigants without lawyers. It's just, just can't be done. But anyway, and I was here when you gave the presentation on Joni's revenue. Yeah, the driving schools, we close those. Batters intervention class, we close those. We're looking maybe toward July to open back up to in-person driving schools. We'd have maybe 24 at a class. That room, so you can socially distance about 12, I think. So we looked into doing the Zoom ourselves, and as my colleague here used quite, it's fraught with peril. I mean, folks not only going to be having to instruct the class, they're going to have to be monitoring to make sure those folks are there. They're going to have to be an IT person, trying to also to try to make sure things are going. So we feel a lot more comfortable just doing it in person at this point in time. So, y'all have any questions?
Anything, Ms. Hannah?
I don't have any questions, but I do want to say it's so good to see most of your faces this morning. I've not been able to see you in person for over a year, but
Whoa, don't push it, don't push it, Judge.
That was for Ms. Hannah.
Thank you, Judge.
thank you for always taking my calls.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all. Appreciate
Mayor, I
it.
do
Good
have
to
one-
see y'all.
I did have one question.
Wait a
for the
minute,
judges.
wait, our attorney, our sitting
It's
attorney.
very rare that you get an attorney that gets to ask a judge a question, so I didn't want to miss the opportunity.
Okay.
You be very careful, Mr. Anderson.
I will, Your Honor.
That, you heard about fraught with peril.
Maybe I'll withdraw. No, I just wanted to, you've all had a Herculean task. I wanted to recognize you all for taking that on. It's a difficult job anyway, but dealing with the public and attorneys, it's been extraordinary this year. My question is, Judge Foster's cases in juvenile court are through the roof. How does that compare to your all's caseload in the civil and criminal divisions? I know Judge Gagos talked about probate, but the other cases, are you seeing any kind of trends with COVID, before COVID?
It's kind of too hard for us to tell right at this point in time, simply because we hadn't sat down and counted what's out there in front of us, but there's plenty. I would guess it's going up. And appreciate the kind words, but we couldn't do it without the cooperation of IT and sheriff and Tom and just everybody. I mean, probation, yeah. We're just figureheads. Everybody else is one doing the stroking, the orbs,
If I may, Your Honor, Commissioner Anderson, the one thing that I do know, and I'm going to give you all an impromptu budget proposal on my behalf from I'm a part-time employee for Mr. Hatcher as far as our orders of protection are concerned. Because as you know, Commissioner, that many of those litigants are pro se, that they're without lawyers. During our shutdowns, obviously, as Judge Brewer said, we never shut down as far as our in-custody individuals, but also those OPs. As we have heard in the media, domestic violence during these different types of closures and during the pandemic have in fact escalated. So I saw a huge uptick as far as the orders, since I handle those cases, as far as orders of protection are concerned. So, that definitely equates. And as we all know, everything spins out of those domestic cases, substance abuse, the theft, physical abuse. I mean, it's just a mini layered onion, but we can definitely see, but nothing was better said. What lies ahead of us as far as these cases that have been pushed out for these closures, that remains to be determined. But again, and thank you for your kind words.
Thank you all.
We'll remember that.
I appreciate it.
He's been waiting all morning to get you up. All righty.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. You all.
Thank you all.
Judge, I like your tie. That's pretty,
This one,
it's nice. Kind of in the Easter spirit, aren't you?
It's Easter time, week early. Week early.
All right. Next, are you going to take the judicial commissioners?
Yes. Like us, the Judicial Commissioner's Office never shut down, continued to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As far as the budget request, operation expenses are the same. And then the only request that we're making is for the step increase for the employees. And that's the only increase. I'd call your attention, if you're interested in numbers, to the bottom of the page, first page. It's got my letterhead on it. Those are the numbers that we were using for this fiscal year. So you can see that nothing stopped. And we continue to do our job. Eric does a great job for us too, by the way. Well respected by the courts and by law enforcement.
Anybody got any questions for Eric or Judge Brewer on anything? Commissioner Anderson, you want to take this opportunity to say anything else?
Oh, no, I had my one.
Okay, thank
My
you.
one thing. I don't want to risk it, Mr. Mayor.
You don't want it to look too obvious.
I'm feeling good right now about it.
Thank you all. 911.
And
Hey,
I'll be
Jimmy.
brief. And I'm gonna let Jimmy talk. We are requesting the same amount of money you granted us last year. Not asking for any increase at all. If you remember, the way we're funded, county and cities provide some monies, state provides monies, and we get monies from the surcharge on your phone bill, how we're funded. We're a bit of a hybrid operation. Kind of like similar to Park and Rec and library as far as funding sources and that kind of thing. He's amazing. Jimmy Long's an amazing guy. What he's done, you cannot go, you go to a city or a county 5 times our size and you won't find anything better than what we got down there. We continue to be accredited by CALEA and have been for, I can't remember how many years.
Yeah, 4-3 accreditation. And
it's a strenuous process. You've got to dot every I and cross every T or you don't get it. But the citizens of Blount County owe him a standing ovation, in my opinion.
Thank you. Too kind.
I concur with that, Judge. I see it firsthand.
Yeah, being a board member, you do.
Very much.
Well,
you ought to come down and look at the place. If you looked at it last year, we got more stuff. We got more toys.
We're rearranging again today.
Yeah.
We'll be done with that next week.
You know, we bought new consoles. And so we had to tear down the old ones. That was yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here's this storm maybe coming. So he has the foresight to open the EOC to get us back 4 spaces that we got tore down if we need them. Okay?
Yeah.
That's just.
And thank you, Your Honor. You're too kind to me. And thank you all. Oh, thank you all for your consideration. We just, like, as the judge said, we asking for the same funding we had last year. The state did a surcharge change that helped us a little bit, and we've got plans for the future to continue to grow with the community. COVID affected us like it did everyone else, and I heard folks saying that they never closed. Well, we can't close, so as many of the other public safety entities in the room can't. So we hung in there, and it's been a tough year for everybody, but we're expecting an elevation in activity this year once the lockdowns are all lifted. So we're gearing up for that and trying to fill some vacant positions, and we just appreciate the continued support of Judge Brewer and my board of directors, and the county and city governments. So we just try to take care of everybody. So we appreciate y'all very much and respectfully ask for the same funding we had last year.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Director, I'm concerned. I know we affected by the bombing in Nashville.
Yes, sir.
We had a train wreck a couple years ago. And when those disasters happen, and the tornadoes last year in Cook from Crossville, I know you're stretched thin, and I'm concerned about us not having the ability to take care of the emergencies. I guess we're planning, you just got through saying you're putting in new equipment today. So is this a step that you're taking to improve our numbers of lines that are coming into 911 in case of emergency types of situation?
Yes, sir. We're slated. We have 9 emergency 911 lines. We have 7 additional non-emergency lines, which the 911 lines roll over to. and we're currently on voice over IP, and we have a cellular phone backup on top of that so that we can roll those numbers too. We had 3.5 years ago when I started, we had 5 dispatch consoles. We have 9 now, plus an additional 4, as the judge mentioned, in the emergency operations center. Should we need in a train crash or storm, we can call all hands on deck and have up to 13 people answering phones. And with going to VoIP, we also now have the capability to roll those 911 calls or non-emergency calls into each office that's located at the administrative offices. So that gives us another 6 or 8 people we can set in there to answer phones if we needed to. So plus text to 911. We've added that in the last 3.5 years. So we're planning ahead, and that's our job. Our job is to think about what might happen, just like for the fire service and law enforcement, EMS. So we've got to be able to sustain that operation and to support those folks in the field if we need to. So we're constantly planning, and the consoles we're adding here are to replace 4 old ones that we had, that they had at the old place long before I took over. So we're constantly trying to think ahead. I mean, I realize we can't think of everything, but if it's feasible and possible, we try to think about it to be prepared for just those instances that you're talking about.
Yeah.
So
for instance, as a commissioner, do we have numbers and money that we're going to be needing in the next 5 to 10 years? Do we have information about where we're heading without your?
yes, just I have the information. I haven't given it to you guys yet. No, and I need to do that through my board, I'm sure. But
Okay.
But there's a plan in place for the next 5 years for us to continue to try to serve the community as far as the number of personnel, equipment, and technologies that we need. Because technologies, the big thing for us is the ever-changing technologies and trying to keep abreast of what that is so that the citizens get the best we can offer.
Can we talk about the grant? We didn't get it, but the grant where you all were wanting to have offsite, where if we lose there, you could tell.
Yes, sir.
Because I don't think nobody knows about this.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't sure if that was, thanks to the mayor, judge, and my board of directors, we have applied for an infrastructure, and Lance, I have to give him a lot of credit because he found it. Don't want to leave. He's gone. But we've applied for a roughly a $500,000 grant to allow us to set up a backup PSAP. And what a PSAP is dispatch. It's public safety answering point. So if something were to happen, say the train crash was on the railroad tracks that run by the dispatch center, we can evacuate that, move to our backup PSAP. It's equipped with the same radio equipment, same telephone equipment, same computer setup that we have down there, and can continue to operate seamlessly until we can get back into our original building. And the mayor's played a big part in that, trying to help us to find a location. Thank you, Mayor, for your support. It's been seamless, and I can't say that enough. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. But so we're working on the future.
Thank you, Chairman.
Anything else?
I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Taylor, do you have anything?
What do you think? I hate to talk so much, but
No, go ahead. We're expecting.
I have a hard time adding, subtracting, but I know communications. I've dealt with it my entire adult life. I'm glad you asked the question you asked, because it's going to give me an opportunity to say, I can firsthand tell you that Blount County 911 Center is ready to handle anything. And I say that from a commissioner standpoint, because I do serve on the board of directors as a representative of this board, but I also there as a deputy fire chief. And I don't want to go into specifics and names and things like that, but I can tell you, I put them up against anybody. I don't care what size county it is. We've got redundancy, we've got towers, we've got micro. I don't understand it all, but I know if I push my button on my radio, I can talk. I can talk to Chattanooga if I want to. I can talk from the bowels of the hospital. I can talk from the center console, solid concrete in the middle of the jail. I can talk from Denzo, Foothills Mall, all places that we could not do, probably have, but we just didn't have the capability of the technology. So I'm glad you asked that question, because they're very good at what they do. They're very good at what they do.
I wanted to make sure the public knew.
Well, I know that. I know. Many times.
I know, and I'm very thankful.
Thank you.
I've been
Commissioner Stanley, very
chastised in the
much.
past numerous times. People say, you should have known the answer to that question. I'm smarter than that. I know the answer to the question I'm asking. I want everybody out here to hear the answer to that question because they don't know. We take for granted that everybody in Blount County knows what happens. They don't. They still think firemen sit around and play checkers. Okay? Which we don't, by the way. But anyway, you know, so any time we have an opportunity to let the people that do what they do tell, I know what they do, but the people that may be listening to this on Zoom, they don't know. And the people that pay their taxes, they may not know. So anyway, I want you to tell one more story.
Yes, sir.
I want you to tell them about our building, what we were able to do with the facility.
Yes, sir. About a year
big.
in 2010, the board of directors built the building that we're currently in and moved our location from near where Walmart, where Aldi is now, to our current location. And with the wisdom, guidance of the board and the blessings of the good Lord, we were able to pay that building off a year and a half ago. So that was a big debt off of the 911 center, and has allowed us to focus more on advancing our technology and things where we could put that money where it works better for the citizens in emerging technologies and equipment and preparing for the future. So
I remember when I started my career in public safety, the dispatch center was in a room about the size of, maybe the size of the bathroom out here in the hall, with a dispatcher sitting in it, dark, no window. And I would really like for some people in the community to have the opportunity to go down and see the facility that we've got. State of the art. It's pretty. I mean, it's a nice building. It's welcoming, and it hosts so many things. The sheriff's department, they host their multiple academies where we have people come in from, we got people coming in from, yeah. And they come to that facility and they use that EOC and they host those classes. I've been very fortunate to have been involved in those classes since their inception. We're talking 50, 55 people there, and it's turnkey, baby. They got everything. So it's not just a 911 center. The county EOC is there. I just wish people could see how nice a facility is and then be able to say, hey, baby, it's paid for.
amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
To add one more thing, and while Commissioner Stenick, Commissioner Kaler were talking, since my appointment as the 911 director, I've been able to deal with directors across the state in all 95 counties. And we've got 100 PSAPs, which are communication centers, districts, 100 districts, not PSAPs. We got 142 PSAPs, but there's 100 communication districts in the state of Tennessee. And in dealing with them and involved in our organization statewide, I just got to say this, and I've told a couple other directors this within the last week, because I was in Nashville Monday at a legislative meeting. Our board of directors for our district had a vision 31 years ago, and they were way ahead of their time. They set this thing up and consolidated this so that we're dispatching for every emergency service in this county from one location, taking every 911 call. Their vision was unbelievable. And what my board does, I've got to give them credit. They're supportive and they're thinking about the citizens of Blount County every day. And I just want to thank the judge. Sheriff is on my board. Who else is here? Commissioner French. And the other members.
Mr. Kaler, is he on the board?
Mr. Kaler's on the board, and he mentioned that. I wasn't leaving him out. I wasn't leaving you out, Chief.
And I really enjoy it. You know, I'm fortunate enough to be involved in a lot of things, and I enjoy all of it, but I really, really, really like serving on the 911 board.
And we appreciate you.
I get to see the benefits of so many things that.
But we are literally so far ahead of other districts and counties across the state. And East Tennessee as a region is ahead of a lot of the larger part of the other two grand regions of the state. But Blount County is due to the board's vision and their support. Thank you all very much, because it makes it easy to serve the community because it's set up the right way, it's structured the right way. We have the support of our board, our commissioners, our cities, not to leave them out. So just thank y'all and the mayor, big time, especially with our grant coming, Mayor. Thank you for everything you do. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Jimmy, for everything you do and your staff. They do an absolute amazing job. Anything else? Thank you all very much. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, Sheriff's Department. Sheriff?
Good morning. If you hear me chill a little bit, it's my teeth. It's cold in here.
You need a blanket.
I'm teasing. But stand before you today, this is my 33rd budget. And I want to first go over some things that you've helped us with through the last year or so. You know, the state COVID relief funds, with your all's permission, allowed us to buy a thermal body scanner at intake, oxidizing washer and dryers at the jail and juvenile, PPE equipment, a new inmate medical provider, which is so far is looking great, doing great. LPRs, license plate reader and cameras. It's been very successful in helping us solve a number of crimes. Security door locks and cameras at the Justice Center and juvenile. New boilers, which was desperately needed, and sealing of the pods. And we've had 2 academies resulting in 100 graduate that academy. I want to mention a couple of things. I'm going to turn it over to my chiefs. Like I mentioned a minute ago, this is my 33rd budget process, and through the years, we've made great advancements. I think we've served the citizens well and look forward to continuing to serve the citizens well. The mayor has access to our administrative pages. He sees the volume that's going on in Blount County and the increase in the last number of months or years. We have access to anything of serious nature, whether it be a gun involved, serious wreck, just armed robberies, just things that's picked out by the communication center that we should be aware of. But I've never seen anything like the intense growth in the last little while. And I would ask you to evaluate these components that we have asked for, the needs that we have asked for. And I don't want to slam our, I guess, sister city, big city in Knoxville, but if you read the paper and watch the news, you see what's going on there. You cannot believe the extent of our resources we apply to keeping that element out of our community. It is here. We have been able to suppress it, deal with it of a quick nature through narcotics, through patrol and investigations purposes. But if we don't do something, we don't stay ahead of the curve, when we get that element, we cannot eradicate it. They have been unsuccessful at it. We will be unsuccessful. And I love Blount County the way it is. I want to strive, and my deputies want to strive to keep it the way it is. And we got 2 options. We can build a wall, which we can't afford, or we can continue to support law enforcement as you have in the past. But I do, the last year, even though we did not have a budget process, the accomplishments we were able to make with your all's permission, your all's and the county commission permission, thank you for that. The cameras, in-car cameras and body cams are going to be a great asset, save us a lot of money on litigation purposes. But with that, I'll introduce Chief French and let him go over some of the budget.
Thank you, Sheriff. Like the sheriff said, this is my 20-something year budget, so I've been here a while, and I really want to applaud you, Mayor, and thank you for the change that I've seen over my 20-something years that this process has gone through. Obviously, I've seen a difference in how the process works over those years, and it's been a great improvement. And as the sheriff said, and as our leader, from the time I started to now, we're different as a sheriff's office, and it's because of bodies like you and in the past that have given us the ability to honestly be the best, and that's our goal in this region, is to be the best law enforcement agency that we can be, and top notch, and that's because of our leader, Sheriff Barong, and as well as legislative bodies like yourself in the past and currently that allow us to do that. As you know, this is maybe redundant for you, but we have a budget process in our agency as well. If you wanted to see what's going to happen in the next few years, you can go to our annual report, and we do goals and objectives. So you can kind of figure out what the sheriff's office is going to be doing and asking for. Obviously, some of that is fluid. We change that. We go through and update our goals and accomplishments and what we were able to do, and the things that we weren't, those would be added back. So what you're getting today is a part of our long-range plan, and it's something that we put out every year, and it's through the CALIA process and our annual report. And hopefully we'll be getting those 2020 annual reports out real soon to you. Our process is you're going to hear from the deputy chiefs and the functions, from the patrol, CID, and administration. And I know, Mayor, but Angelique's been a great asset to us, and I thank you for allowing her to.
I knew she would be.
To come and be a part of our process. And sorry, Randy, but she has been a great addition to the sheriff's office. I just want to go over, Chief Cantrell would be doing the corrections part. As you know, may or may not know, he had a medical procedure and he's on medical leave. So I want to kind of go over his part of the corrections function. He is over corrections, court services, and juvenile. Part of our long-range plan that we set forth every year has personnel in it. And one of the things that we are asking for in the corrections function is for 6 new corrections deputies. One of the things that we have seen is, obviously you all know and are well versed with the population growth in our correction facility. Last year, even though we had a COVID year, we still averaged, our daily average population was 479 inmates. So there's a need for additional personnel. One of Chief Cantrell's goals with the additional personnel is to put 2 deputies on each shift and go to a 4-10 schedule with an overlap. So it would give us double coverage at a certain point of when that overlap is determined. He also would request that we have 2 criminal warrants deputies. Obviously, when we put this together in our long-range plan, that was what we wanted. But in the short term, we know that may need to change a little bit with the COVID issues and the Zooms and things like that. So in the short term, these 2 deputies, if we were allowed to procure them, would be used in the court system more and in the correction system to help with the movement of inmates inside the facility for the Zoom to be able to, as you will, go to court per se. They're staying in, unless you have an in-person appearance or a trial, most of those hearings are held through Zoom with the judge. So in the short term, this would help with that situation, helping with the movement of those folks to make sure we get them to the right Zoom room. As you will, we have C-pod, D-pod, and then we have a Zoom room in the intake area. As we transition, hopefully, into some normalcy of the way we do things, they would move into more of a civil paper serving, warrant serving process. One of the things that if the moratorium is lifted on the civil side of rents and foreclosures and things like that, and the courts get back open, we're going to see a flood of civil paperwork. So that would help in this situation as well to help serve that process. I'm going to move on to Chief Clerk and allow him to talk about his function and his request. And then we'll answer some questions at the end if anybody has any. Thank you.
Well, unlike these last 2 guys you talked to, this is my first opportunity with the budget process. since being promoted due to COVID, missed last year, obviously. So I just ask that you bear with me. I thank you for the opportunity to be able to come and address this body today. I'll try not to bore you with some numbers, but I do have some numbers for you, so you'll just bear with me. I'm currently asking for 5 new patrol deputies, but in reality, we would need 15 to 18 deputies because of the goal that we have here at the Sheriff's Office. It's been one we've had for years, but it's just an opportunity now with the growth in population that we're seeing to try to be able to implement this over a period of time. So what we'd like to do, we'd like to divide our 4 patrol zones into, in a sense, 8 zones for the whole county. What that would do would lower the response times for those deputies in those zones, as well as minimize the number of square miles that each deputy has to cover. On an average, each zone's broken down roughly into about 125 square miles. So we would take that and be able to split that by adding these deputies, obviously over a period of time, but we are currently asking for those 5 deputies. We haven't had any new patrol deputies since 2017, when the county commission graciously entered in to a grant process through the COPS program. And so that's expired in October of 20. So that's why we're currently asking for these new deputies as well. The positions that we utilized in 2017 with this grant, we filled our SRO program. And so now we have 25 SROs. That's 1 SRO in each of the schools. Plus we have 3 at the high schools as well and 1 at the alternative school. Staffing is always going to be an issue for us as long as we continue to grow. And I know we've all seen in the news and seen in the paper and stuff this last year how the growth is just incredible with the sale of homes and those kinds of things. So as we move forward, I've got some numbers since 2017, and these were gained from the Census Bureau. But in 2017, we had roughly 129,900 citizens. Since that time, we've grown to an estimated 136,300 to be projected there close, and that was just an average based on the 4 years average of roughly 1.2% of growth for the county for the year. So don't hold me to that. I know the census was just taken, so I don't want you to think that I'm up here with concrete numbers, and I certainly don't want to mislead you to think that I am. So those are just projected numbers. I'd like for you to keep that in mind, excuse me. 1.2% over 4 years, that's 6,400 people that's been added to our county in those 4 years. If we break that down in overall percentage, that's roughly 5.9% over those 4 years that the population had increased. And as our population increases, so does our calls for service and our officer-initiated calls. And if you'll just bear with me, I'd like to give you some numbers. In 2017, we had 65,437 of those calls total. In 2018, it was 69,284. And in 2019, we had 75,582. And of course, in 2020, we did see a drop. We dropped down to 66,947. And I realize that's a decrease of 8,635. But if we look at it, there was a lot of things that were decreased due to the COVID over this past year. Looking at the numbers for the first quarter of this year, we're projected to be up there close again to that 75,000 if the call volume and officer-initiated calls stay the way they are. So I'd just like for you to keep in mind in closing, as I close, that it's important to note that our calls will require multiple deputies in a lot of cases to handle instances. We're dealing with a lot more crimes against people than we have in the past years. A lot of things factor into this, but as I look at things, I really think respect has a lot to do with it. People don't respect themselves nowadays like they used to, and so if they're not going to respect themselves, they're not going to respect others. We're seeing a lot more people who are less likely to follow commands and become more violent towards not only citizens, but officers as well. So in closing, I'd just like for you to be able to consider our request so that we may be able to provide the best quality service to the citizens of Blount County that we can. So thank you for your time. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Deputy Chief Ron Talbot, if I may, who's Deputy Chief over Investigations.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I'll try to be brief. Investigations is asking for 2 criminal investigators to investigate crimes against children. As this body knows, This is an ongoing process for us to lower the number of investigations that each investigator works annually. This has been a process that has been ongoing since 2014. Our position and our presentations over the last 5 years have been to reduce those average number of cases in a number of different ways other than adding investigators. We've added investigators. We've added victim witness coordinators, which has taken workload off of investigators. We've added a sex offender investigator, if you all remember, which aided in being able to monitor and track sex offenders who reside in Blount County. So that's exactly what we're trying to do here. You've seen this exact presentation in 2019 or the last budget process that we presented, where we asked for 2 sex offender or child abuse investigators. And I come before you again today to, again, what we're trying to do is we're trying to lower the average number of investigations per investigator each year. So our investigators, and one of the handouts that Angela just gave you on the back sheet, we do an analysis each year that compares our investigators and our sheriff's office to what other criminal investigators do with other local agencies and agencies of the same similar size across the state. And if you'll see, our investigators have consistently each year worked almost double the number of investigations that other investigators work. So we're trying to lower that number by adding these 2 people. Just child abuse investigations in Blount County, we're averaging about 300 cases per year. In 2019, it was 288. If you'll see in one of those handouts, in 2020, it was 287, which was 1 fewer. But again, Chief Clark alluded to COVID was in 2020, where a lot of our child abuse or neglect is reported through the schools or through SROs. And then during COVID, schools was out. So there were a lot of those that went unreported or undetected until later. So we predict they've obviously stayed consistent, but in 2021, we predict that they'll be somewhat higher. But either way, it's an average of 300 cases per year. And the problem with these type of investigations is they're so much more complex because they're dealing with children. But when you're dealing with children, you have to do forensic interviews, which means that there's got to be a special interviewer that conducts the interview of the child. And then those interviews not only take several hours, but depending on the outcome, if there's a disclosure, then it may require you to do interviews of other children in home. So if you've got a home of 4 kids and you've got 1 disclosure, then you're doing multiple interviews. You've got medical procedures, you've got trauma to the kids that may be mental, it may be physical. You've got vicarious trauma, which may be a particular crime against one child, but it's affected another child a different way. We coordinate with DCS, and then all of these areas of investigative efforts are done before we enter into the normal part of the investigation that we would with like a theft or a homicide and interviewing the actual suspect. So you might have days or at least several hours of the initial part of the investigation dealing with the child prior to even dealing with the offender. I could go on and on and on about these. I've had Angela hand out our investigative statistics. It'd be for you all to refer to for days after you hear me speak. She's also handed out a letter that's been prepared by the Chief Executive Officer, Tabitha Dameron, with the CAC. The community has asked for this. The Sheriff's Office has asked for this, but the community has also asked for this. They've asked for it, if you'll see over the past couple of years, that there's been a need for a new Children's Advocacy Center. And what that is that's a one-stop shop for a child. In that CAC, a child can go in there and they can go through a medical procedure, a medical exam, if they were raped, if they were sexually assaulted. that can happen under that one roof. Department of Children's Services operates within those four walls. Law enforcement operates within those four walls. And they all are able to stay on the same sheet of music, share information, conduct the same investigation. And the child don't have to be traumatized over and over and over again by going from one building to another hospital or another doctor. It's a one-stop shop. And just not only from our proposals in the past couple of years, you'll see, again, the community has asked for this. The community's seen the importance of it and even funded this new CAC, or at least part of it through donations and our businesses' partnerships through helping them build this, which it was just completed and opened up here just a couple of months ago, which would house these two investigators working only these cases. And before I turn it over to the next speaker, I offer
I have
any.
a question if it's in order, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Chief Talbot, if you don't care, the last statement you made, would you expand on the concept of these two specialty investigators actually being under the same roof in the new facility? I think that spins it a little further in what you said about one-stop shop.
Yes, sir. So again, the concept is for a child to be able to go into one building and us be able to provide all the services necessary for that child to deal with whatever that child has dealt with in their life. So it may consist of an investigator from DCS. It may consist of an investigator from law enforcement, which obviously it would be both, and those investigators would be communicating, require a medical exam. They have medical professionals that work out of this same building and are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This place also provides therapy. The CAC in Blount County, some of this stuff I've learned over the past few years, but it's really amazing what they do, not only from an investigative standpoint, but long-term care of these children after they've been traumatized. The CAC provides therapy to them. They're currently providing therapy to about 70 kids. And there's a waiting list for long-term therapy care that also is provided and takes place in the same building. So again, it's a one-stop shop, and our law enforcement investigators that we're asking for would work out of that building, and the CAC prioritized office space for these positions that we're asking for, because again, it was a long-term goal of theirs and ours.
Let's circle back. You all weren't in the room at the time that Judge Foster was here, but we spent some time talking about the increase in juvenile activity in regards to the court system. You know, I may be wrong, but I think it all ties together. This is all one, like a dog chasing its tail. We've got all these kids in the court system. We've got these kids that are being abused. We've got the drug issues. Am I right in saying that in some shape, form, or fashion, it's kind of related?
It is all collateral damage. Yes, sir. It certainly is. It's the environment in which they're raised. It's got a lot to do with accountability over the years. It's got a lot to do with repeat offenders. So offenders not being incarcerated and going back into the community. It's a combination of everything, really.
Okay, well, you know, I could comment on more, but I'll be brief. You know, I think that I'm not talking about Blount County. I'm not talking about the sheriff's department. I'm talking about society in general. We're failing our children miserably. And I think this is an opportunity for us to step up in Blount County, and the people that do these crimes pay for it. So I'll stop there.
I agree.
Anyone else?
I just want to say I agree.
Okay. Again, thank you all for allowing me to speak today. Oh, I'm sorry.
Not right now.
Mr. Stinnett, Commissioner, you have anything?
I Are we general questions for the whole presentation or this part of it?
I think.
Just this part, yes, sir.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
With that, I'd like to introduce Chief Jared Millsap.
Thank you, Chief Talbot. Thank you, Budget Committee members, for taking your time for being here today and listening to us. I know you have another long day planned of this too, and definitely appreciate y'all's service for doing that. With that being said, you've probably noticed a theme throughout our presentation today. That theme is more focused towards additional personnel and additional funding, not so much in the equipment arena, because we have been so blessed through this last year and years leading up to for equipment and things, and we appreciate you guys for that. So we have decided to not focus on equipment and focus on salaries and getting additional personnel. So one of the items on my list that is near and dear to me is the EMR program. Most of you guys have heard about that before. Just to give you some statistics on that, last year, obviously it was a different process, and we were not given the 10 that typically we have gotten the last few years. That was kind of our original goal when we first started, is to start with 10, go up an additional 10 each year, basically till we fulfill what we think we could need, or the people that want to do it and are able to provide that assistance to the community. So that's why you're seeing 20 on there in this request this year, is to make up for the 10 from last year. We have 33 total right now, and that's working for us. Just to give you some examples of that, there's about 1,500 medical calls that they answered in 2020. A lot of those are overdoses, motor vehicle accidents, assaults, and difficulty breathing calls. That's kind of the primary ones that we see time after time. I mentioned the MVAs because this time of year, you're going to notice that the tail of the dragon will pick up with traffic, and you've seen some multiple accidents up there already this year. That is a rural part of our community that the EMRs have definitely had a positive effect on when dealing with folks that are injured in an accident. Over this year, there was 50 AED deployments, and that's just an amazing and astonishing number to me, that we have utilized the AEDs that you guys have provided us 50 times with 33 deputies. During that time, 4 of our EMRs actually received life-saving awards, and I'll tell you about 2 of those. One of those was an accident on Davis Ford Road that had someone trapped inside the vehicle. In that, his arm was actually crushed in that vehicle. So we had a deputy and one of our EMR deputies arrive on the scene, and the training that they received at that time, you had to apply a tourniquet and apply it the right way. They was able to do that and stop the bleed, and basically he did lose his arm, but it wasn't a fatal accident. So we awarded them with a life-saving award. Another one was a gentleman that fell off a tractor, and he was kind of pinned between the tractor and another device. And basically the deputies arrived, provided him the life support to get him unpinned until other EMS folks was able to arrive and get him free. This year's been a difficult year in the healthcare field. So they've had to really work well with AMR, or medical provider, EMA, the health department. All of this during the pandemic, we had to test all the inmates and a lot of the employees at one given time. When you utilize those EMRs, along with the health department's assistance, to provide that testing and do it efficiently. So the question is, how many is enough? I can't answer that right now. Can say that if the more that we get, we can start expanding the program into other places, not just on the patrol function, but in the schools and the SROs that are there in the schools that would be in direct contact with people. The court services folks, they're out there serving civil papers, are also inside the building. If they had this training, I think we could help there. And obviously in the corrections function, as it being overcrowded, there's a lot of times that they need quick medical response. And if we had folks trained in that, I think it would be good. So the other thing I'd like to talk about is the salaries, and that's always a sticky subject when we're talking in front of a group. As you guys know, our starting salary is $36,423 a year. That's what an officer that's hired in, going to the academy, will start at. To give you an example, we pulled up some the numbers just in our local law enforcement, because that's who we work with. That's who these deputies work side by side with every day. Alcoa is 37,830 starting out. City of Maryville is 40,721. So how can we fix that? Well, we have a proposal, but obviously we need your support in doing that. So to be able to get there in that range, we're looking if we could start folks out at step 3 in our pay scale, using our current pay scale. Step 3 would basically be $38,267. That's step 3. That would put us basically in the middle between our partner agencies. So how do we do this? Well, we can't just start our beginning salary up because we've had folks in those starting salary lines for the last several years. So if we move people up, we'd have to move the whole agency up to basically shift them up the 3 additional steps to be able to fund it, so we're not running into salary compression issues that we ran into in years past. So it would take everyone to bump up those 2 additional steps and then 1 additional step that you have already included in this year's budget. I know I don't have to tell you this, but today's law enforcement is not the same as it was a few years ago. Officer assaults and violent crimes are increasing. Line of duty deaths are up 187% from this time last year. And law enforcement are seeing record retirements and officers just getting out of it completely. I can tell you it is a calling, it's not a job. But in closing, we feel experience in this profession is invaluable. There's a lot of talk in our area about local unskilled labor jobs starting out at $15 an hour. As I mentioned, our starting salary is $36,423. If you equate that, that's $17.50 an hour. And this is how I'd like to end it. We give these men and women a badge and a gun and expect them so much out of them. They have to make life or death decisions in a split second. They see and feel every pain on every call they go on. They see the worst and the worst in people. So I just humbly ask that you take care of them financially so it can benefit all of us in our community. Again, thank you for your time and thank you for what you've done for us so far. As Chief French mentioned, the annual report will be coming out very shortly, and we will make sure that you guys receive your copy of that within the next few weeks, that you can see 2020 numbers and everything that we have and have done. This time, I'd like to bring up Angelique Schenkel to come up and discuss any of the capital items that you'd see on our 5-year plan that we've either added on to or included. And then we'll also take time for any questions or anything that you guys may have for us that we could help answer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you.
You guys may not even be at the point yet to even talk about or consider capital items at this point, but if you do have any questions on anything on our 5-year plan that you've seen, you have it there. The reason the body and in-car cams is not highlighted is because, as we've all said, you've graciously already approved to supply those to us. But if there's any questions.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay.
The reason the body cams and in-car cams are not highlighted is because you guys have already graciously supplied those to us. The other things that are highlighted are the things that we kind of had slotted for this upcoming budget to start in this upcoming budget. So that's why those are highlighted. So if you have any questions about those, or once you get to the point where you have questions on those, don't hesitate to contact me or any of us on those items. But if there's anything now, I will answer.
Does anyone have any questions?
About anything?
About, well, I mean, something to do with Sheriff's Department. I mean, if you're one.
You can
Let's
ask
try to
any,
keep
you can
it-
ask anything.
You watch out, I'm the closest one to you.
Let's try to keep it. Let's try to keep it just specific here. Let's don't go ahead.
I would like to ask a few questions, probably primarily of Jared, that
Sure.
you can maybe answer, so don't go away. So as we're talking about the certifications, can you share more about what those certifications include, how they would need to take place, and how much each certification is? I understand the need. You articulated that very clearly, but when we're talking about dollars and cents and the number of employees already on the payroll, I kind of like to hear more about each individual's certification and its cost.
Yes, certainly. First of all, the basic certification is called an EMR certification. It is done, it's a nationally recognized certificate that you get, and also that recognized by the state of Tennessee. So you get certified in both levels of that. It's not an easy task. It's a class that you have to attend with multiple hours of training in classroom. You have to show that you're practical at certain things. And then there's a test that you take that the fail rate typically is about 45% the first time.
And you
So
recertify every year too. You have to recertify.
Every 2 years, every 2 years, you have to recertify, but you don't have to take that test again. But you do have to recertify and show, again, proficiency, and we provide the training and stuff for that. The
So
biggest,
that training is in-house?
well, we contract it with AMR. AMR as part of their deal and working with us because it does help them come in and actually teach the class for us. So we buy the materials, pay for the certification, but one of the biggest expenses is the equipment that we give them, because it is required for that they have additional life-saving equipment, which are AEDs that are not cheap at all, and a different type of kind of advanced life support bag that those deputies are able to carry. And they are,
I'm sorry.
and they do get a supplement for taking this. So they do get a $4,000 a year supplement that they're paid $1,000 a quarter to maintain their certificate and to maintain responding to these calls that we're asking them to do.
And the class itself, is that 1 day, 1 week?
It's a week, but we do it over 6 days. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm calculating overtime here too. For
I think
those
it's
who are
60 something hours, I believe is what it is. And we try to do it in 6 days.
Okay.
And I don't mean to overspeak this, but AMR is the basic, or EMR is the basic. It's the first responders. But I think, Jared, you have people that are EMTs and paramedics.
We do. And when we originally had the mayor and the sheriff had this brainchild of getting this program started, kind of their structure would be to receive the basic, which is an EMR, was $4,000 a year supplement. To be an EMT was $6,000, and to be a paramedic was an $8,000 supplement. We were never given the funding for those advanced levels yet, so that's something I would like to speak about that one day, but the 4,000 minimum is at least what we're doing. And we've attracted actually folks coming in that are already certified, especially in the EMT world, so we're not having to double up on training for them. Also, I'm finding that a lot of the EMRs have enjoying it so much, doing the medical calls, that they want to increase their education and go into Roan State or any of these other folks that teach the EMT class and to gain their EMT certification.
Okay. And I don't know who this one is really directed to, but last year's budget process, since I lost a whole year, I'm not sure where we were in the process. There was some mention of having employees employed by the sheriff's department who, on those very dangerous calls, when the task force is called out, domestic violence kinds of issues, that there might be a request coming to this body and the commission at some point in the future regarding really more social services kind of personnel. I don't see any mention of that today. Has that been put on the back burner? Or are we still looking to incorporate something of that sort?
It's
in
not
the near future?
I wouldn't think it's put on the back burner, but I would like to say, you know, each deputy every year is required to go through a basic in-service. And with the requirements that the state is putting out, that's becoming more and more popular about dedicating hours of that in-service, your mandatories, to social services and de-escalation training that we try to get all of our officers trained in, which we do in-house.
So is there a line item? I haven't studied the whole thing yet. Is there a line item, Sheriff, Chief, Jared, Angela, anywhere in here that shows us where your trainings are, how much training costs you're applying for this budget cycle, and what that would include? Because I'd be interested in hearing what the training is currently and what you're looking for it to eventually include, and how much that's going to cost in addition to what we're seeing currently.
It is absorbed in our annual budget, our sheriff's department budget at the moment. We're looking at some options that you may see in the future with some different accounting to have an actual budget for the academy and for the training center and stuff down there that I believe you'll see in the near future.
There's a method to my madness, and Angelique probably knows where I'm headed, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yes, Commissioner, go ahead.
Following up with what she said there, might help if you explain that, for instance, some of the classes that you all host, you're not paying for an instructor. Like myself, when I come down and teach classes, I'm doing that as a representative of the city of Maryville. And there are lots of other people I know in other disciplines that teach classes. So they're not paying, obviously they have to pay for some, but a lot of that is in exchange between local agencies and departments working with each other. They need a specific topic. For instance, I had to have a hazardous materials program that I put together post-approved so that the sheriff's department, well, all law enforcement agencies represent or recognize that class as a post-approved class. So when I go down there and teach it, they're not paying anything for that. So I would assume that there are a lot of classes like that you don't have to stroke a check in order to pay for that instruction.
Yes, sir. Thank you. What we try to do is break it up amongst our deputies or in our training function that we send a lot of folks to what they call instructor classes. And basically they bring it back to us and in the academy and the in-service and even specialty classes to allow them to teach it to us without having to pay someone to come in and do everybody.
And our partners, such as Knox County Sheriff's Office, we train, they've had one academy about 6-7 years. They send them to us. They will send instructors, specialized instructors they have on staff. So we do a lot of swapping out with that and the training. It's been very beneficial and we'll plan on continue doing that.
Well, I think it was important in regard to her question that she understands that there's not really a line item that says, okay, we spend this much money paying for people to come and instruct classes because you're.
Yeah, specific classes, there's not,
Right.
It's totality right now. Again, we're talking about breaking it out of the training, have the training over there. We'll know exactly, what's coming out, what's going in and things of that nature.
And Commissioner Taylor, it's not to hurt them, it's to help them. What I'm looking, Sheriff Barong knows that I have a very keen interest in having our police force, our sheriff's department, to be as highly trained as they possibly can be.
I know you're that way.
In the future, it would be to everyone's benefit and even help you to see what you can't see. Sometimes you can't see the forest for the trees, but if you cut down some things around it and you have this patch of trees that you're looking at, you're better able to see what your needs really are. And that would help us to help you to plan for the training that you may not be able to realize right now. So I'm not just looking at 1 year, I'm looking at down the road.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions y'all might have?
Chairman? Yeah, I do. Go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I just had a couple of quick questions. So we've got the salary. You told us what step 3 was for the salary schedule. Could you give us the numbers for step 2 and step 4? Do you have those?
Yes, should have.
I don't have them with me, but I am just.
Okay. Yeah, are they just equidistant? Okay. And then my other question was, Chief Clark, could you just elaborate on the patrol divisions and how these numbers requested play into that? And so you said the goal is to go from 4 patrol districts to 8. And is that to increase response times, or is that just to?
Yes, as I mentioned it was to increase response times and cut down on the areas that the deputies actually have to patrol.
Okay.
Right now, it's roughly 125 square miles per zone. We do have 4 of those. So by cutting those in half and adding some deputies and things in those areas, we'd be able to add more deputies to a smaller area to be able to respond to those calls within that area as well, too.
Okay. Do you create those based on population, or is it just size and distance?
We just basically over the size. Haven't looked at the population per the community. Basically what we would do, if you look at the county, it's basically in in a pie shape right now. So what we would do, we would come inside probably and just within a radius within that, kind of cut those in half based on that area right there. And then obviously, like you said, go back and look at those more populated areas within that. And you got to realize that that's not necessarily, when we look at that, those calls and things that we're dealing with are outside the incorporated cities of Maryville and Alcoa.
Right.
Now, however, we do also go in and handle calls within inside the city of Maryville, Alcoa to assist them as well too, depending on the type of calls and things like that they ask for our assistance on.
Given the boundaries of the 4 zones now.
Yes, so if you were to say zone 4, you were to go out 321 and go 321 all the way up to Townsend, and you got the Foothills Parkway, the old part of the parkway and the new part of the parkway, swing all the way back around to Sevierville Road. And if you go from Sevierville Road, swing all the way back over to Alcoa Highway on the Lakemont side or Singleton Station, where they're doing the new construction and stuff at. And then swing all the way back over from there to 321 West. You're encompassing Louisville, Middle Settlements area and all that. That's going to be zone 2. And then zone 1 goes from 321 on the, what we call the Smoky View side or William Blount side, all the way back around to the Sevierville Road side again. That encompasses Montville in those areas. So if you start looking at that, it's a pretty wide area that has to be covered with these deputies. So, you know, when you think about that, you've got a deputy that may be up in Townsend, and that deputy has to, you know, come all the way back towards the Justice Center and those areas and things like that, depending on where they're at. You know, we try to have backup deputies and things. And so, you know, having a backup deputy, that means that depending on shift coverage and what we have, you know, you may have a deputy that's running backup that has to come from Townsend. She may have to go to Friendsville in instance. So when you start looking at that, that's a lot of area to cover, you know, and, you know, I don't come asking for those deputies just to be asking for those deputies. You know, we look at those numbers, and I guess the number that stuck out in my head was that 75,000 on the calls that we had back in 2019 and the officer-initiated calls. And we're starting to see a lot more officer-initiated calls, and I think it was hit on before. I can't remember if it was Commissioner Kaler or who, but, you know, we talked about drugs, and it's probably more in Chief Talbot's realm, and I don't want to kind of get in that area, but the increase of overdoses and things that we're seeing and the nature of the calls with the violence and stuff related to those calls has really jumped up. And that's one of the other things I spoke about was a call that we might be able to handle with 1 or 2 deputies 5, 6, 7 years ago. It's taking 3 or 4 deputies to handle. So when you start looking at the nature of those calls, it's pulling deputies for other areas to handle those citizens who may have had a vandalism, you know, may have had something small happen. But what we try to remind the deputies about all the time is what's not important to me may be very important to this little lady over here who lives by herself and has had her mailbox vandalized and those kinds of things. That call is just as important to her as having to deal with those 4 officers on this call over here where this violence and stuff's happening. And, you know, that's something that I think, you know, and we tend to forget about a lot of times. When that violent call is going on, those other calls are still coming as well too. Now, don't get me wrong, we try to prioritize those calls, but we don't want to try to keep the citizens waiting no longer than that. So.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful to elaborate on.
Chairman. Yes, I would like to expand on that. If someone, for instance, your officers is on top side and we need someone in my neighborhood, it's 25 minutes in that zone. That's the speed limit. I know, but turning the lights on doesn't necessarily improve your speed that much. Just, yes. Yeah. The Sheriff, I do have a question about our resource officers. Do we fund that completely? Is that all funded through our sheriff's department? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The 6 corrections and 5 patrol officers. I notice in your budget here that we have a lot of overtime. Would that affect overtime? Could we decrease overtime? Will we decrease overtime because we have other officers? And
I would like to think it would, but overtime's a moving target. You know, it all depends on, you know, whether someone's on vacation or someone's sick or we're covering other things. It's kind of, important. To mention right now, we're at the mall assisting with the health department detail, and that is overtime money that we're using to pay those officers to be there for the safety of our community.
Right.
So it's always a moving target.
Okay. Thank you, Jared. I'm good. Thank you,
Anyone else?
Chairman.
I just wanted to say one thing related to overtime, because that is a really large line, but you also need to know that's also grant reimbursements. We have over almost $150,000 to $200,000 coming from Tennessee Highway Safety Office. That is just a wash.
Okay.
On that. Same thing with HIDA, U.S. Marshals, and some other things. So it is a large overtime number, but it's not all associated to shortages that we have.
Okay. Well, that creates another question for me, if I may, Chairman. The new officers, I know the last time we hired officers that we had some type of program, Sheriff, where we paid part of it and the state paid it. Is that
It was a
available?
safer grant. They actually paid you the first year, then we had to pay a percentage after that.
They paid 3 years, didn't they?
Grant's 25.75.
Yeah.
It hasn't changed, and I don't think it has. So the Blount County could pay 25% of that salary for 3 years. Then we have to absorb that.
Mhm.
But the need is here anyway. And say we were given these 5, then I would ask permission from the budget committee to apply for another 10 or 12. And of course, that's a process. You know, a couple of years ago, Bill Keith was the chief of police in Knoxville a long time. He was over the COPS program and told me at that time we would get about what we asked for.
So it's a possibility.
But it's a great program. We're going to need those. We need them now. We're going to need them in 3 years from now, and if they'll pay 75% of it, I think it's great for citizens.
So that is a possibility?
It's a possibility. I haven't explored it in the last 8 or 9 months, but I can find that out pretty quickly.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm good.
Anything else? I do have some questions. On the EMR program, the new hires that you're getting, are most of them going ahead and getting that training before they come on?
I think there's some, but I think Jared, so many people that's coming in are trained. They know that we have that program now. We haven't been able to reward them with that supplement for that training they have and ability. And real quick on the cruisers, someone asked about the cruisers. You open that cruiser up other than the gurney, it looks like an ambulance. I mean, it can function, and with any type of medical situation there is other than picking somebody up on a gurney. Very proud of those guys. Get so many compliments from loved ones, even past. They know how hard that my deputies had tried to save them, and the ones we save, obviously, we get a great response. And it's very comforting to know when you have a serious issue that one of those guys that's trained or close that can provide a service before the ambulance gets there.
Mayor, with that, the question that you had about the new officers in training, that is a goal of ours. So basically, when we do a law enforcement academy, they would stay an extra week and get that certification. But we have so many internal folks that still want to do it, that's been here for a few years, that still want to sign up and do it until I think we get to that point where we fulfill all the folks that want to do it and that's already there, then we move it into the training side of the function.
I'm just looking, if you're asking for 2 steps, why not the ones that want to be EMR certified fund that? And that's a $4,000 a year, right off the bat. That's a $4,000 bump on their salary a year if we had that funded. If we fund that and give them the 2 steps, I mean, we're talking now at hiring them in if they have the EMR certification at $40,000 a year. We're talking, if you double that up, we're going to be talking hiring them in at $44,000. That's going to be a pretty significant increase when we start talking about up in the numbers of those EMR. And I don't want to take anything away from the EMR program, but you double up your steps and then add that 4,000. I mean, you're going to be hiring people at $44,000 a year.
But doing a different job as well. As I mentioned about Maryland and Alcoa, our sister agencies here in our community, they're still doing just law enforcement. They're not doing an EMR program. So these guys that are making that $4,000 are earning it because they're going above and beyond the normal law enforcement calls and earning that extra money. Yes, sir.
Yeah. One thing, and this was the security upgrades on the jail and juvenile. Did we not put new locks on the jails? Did we fund that last year?
It's not the locks on the jail, but the actual justice center itself.
Oh,
So
okay.
there's always, we put that in there for a number of reasons, especially with the camera system. It's ever changing. So we still have a lot of analog cameras. Yeah, they integrated with a new system, but as those analog cameras go down, we're trying to replace them with the new system, and same way with the locks and the slam locks in the back. The locks that are actually in the cells are the same locks that were there in 1999 when we opened the facility.
But we changed the mechanisms. I know I thought we were having trouble with the locks on the jail, and did we not pay? I thought we paid $90,000.
Yeah, we have, but these are just the keypads that are
Okay.
within the facility, not necessarily the locks that are on the cells.
And how many flock readers do we have in place right now? 2?
No. We, the sheriff's office has 12. You all approved the grant that paid, that Chief Talbot had found that paid 9 of them for 2 years. And we got 3 on, so sheriff's office has 12, Maryville has 12, the city of Alcoa has 10. I can look at it. I mean, I'm wanting to expand it up. It's kind of like Chief talbot says, everybody else work smarter, not harder. These have, it's one case, 56 burglaries, car break-in, a flock cameras did that. Can you imagine how many man hours that we had spent? And that's just one example, not counting the 50 to 70 stolen cars and wanted people, stolen plates and things of that nature. These things are unbelievable. It's not out in the public yet. Knox County has came aboard some, kind of I talked to the sheriff. I want him to get the ones going in Knoxville, which shows me who's going out of Blount County. Sheriff Guider's on board, going to get it worked. So we're forming partnerships with surrounding counties that's focused on when they go in their county or when they come into Blount County. And it's been a greatest tool. First time we've ever had advantage in my career on the criminal element. We're ahead of the game right now. And if they find out eventually, maybe they won't come to Blount County. But right now we're catching.
What, and this is my final, on the Motorola Communications, that's the $167,000 a year. Is that contract not up? Are we not?
So,
Huh?
yes, sir.
So now, Randy, I'm getting probably way ahead of, because, I've had this discussion. This is something we don't want to enter into that kind of an agreement. Don't we want to buy this time to
I think we had communications that Randy had.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying with this,
The game plan would be that we would internally finance and lease back to all
Yeah.
the user agencies.
okay. All right. I'm just trying to get caught up here with where we're at on some of this capital. Okay. That's all I had. That's it. Thank y'all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing us to come and present our budget.
Thank you all.
Next up is the county clerk. You would please introduce yourself and tell.
Well, since I forgot to put my name on the very first
That's what I was.
slide of the PowerPoint. Good afternoon. Thank you, Budget Committee. It is so good to see your faces. I have not seen Commissioner Kaler or Ms. Hannum since last March, I think. So it is really good to see your faces up there and to have a feeling of normal coming back.
I heard your voice.
Yes, you have heard my voice. That's probably not a good thing at all the time either. So I serve as the county clerk, and I'm not sure, am I supposed to move this or? Okay. What we do in the clerk's office, serve as the clerk of the county legislative body. We handle motor vehicle titling and registration, beer permits, business licenses, marriage license, process applications for notary public and for passports. We collect hotel, motel, other duties. Our 2021 accomplishments, like so many other people, we not only survived, but we thrived. In a time that we thought our revenues would decrease, we actually had a small increase of $607,000, which was, in my opinion, quite amazing because, passports were completely stopped by the federal government. And in 2019, we processed almost 2,500 passport applications. And in 2020, we only processed 1,000. And so far this year, we are almost to the 350 application point, which I think is good. We've been busy again, and hopefully we'll continue to see that increase in people wanting to get passports and travel again, and looking forward, to what's ahead. Another interesting increase that we had in 2020 was in the wholesale beer tax collections. We had an increase of 128,000, over 128,000 on wholesale beer tax, which, so I don't know if people were just spending way too much time at home with their families and needed some relief or something. But anyway, that was just an interesting statistic that I thought I would share. And then our hotel motel tax was down. And we are beginning to see a significant increase in that on a monthly basis too. One thing that has changed since 2020, the state is now collecting the hotel motel taxes from Airbnbs and VRBO, that third-party rental system. Somehow that slipped through legislation last year without the county clerks really being fully aware of that. And now the state gets 2% of what we collect, or what we had been collecting from individuals who use those sources to help with their rentals. So if Commissioner Anderson owned a cabin and he rented that through Airbnb or VRBO, instead of him paying those taxes directly to Blount County, now those taxes are paid directly to the state and they get their cut. So we've been quite disturbed by that. And, we're hoping that in the future, we can make some changes in that law to have some tighter guidelines that, that will help us in our offices on a daily basis when we take those collections in. But right now from the state, they will not even provide to us a list of the people who they are paying those taxes for. So it's just, it's a mess right now. And we're just going to see how that goes this year and see how Blount County does with the collections on that. Another big accomplishment that we have this year in our office, we experienced no closures due to COVID-19.
Commissioner.
Yes.
Could I interject and just ask, what's the fiscal impact of that, of them doing the hotel, the short-term
Well,
rentals that way?
we finally received our first payment March the 19th. And that is for the January rentals. So that's another thing that is upsetting too, because we don't have that money in our bank account with the county for Scott to be collecting the interest on that. The state's holding that. So we don't even see what the collections are. The first check that they sent to us though was right at $35,000. So, we're going to see how we need to post that, and exactly, we're just going to watch it and see what kind of an impact we, see from that. And I'm hoping that it will be positive, that they have the ability to find some of these businesses that we don't have, and maybe that did not have a business license. Because one of the requirements that the state did have was that, they all had to have a business license with the county that they were operating in. And a lot of people kind of tried to skirt under the system with that. So hopefully, we're trying to think positive, but we're going to monitor that closely just to see what does happen.
Okay.
So,
I'm going to ask you something real quick too, if you don't.
no, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. this is just a curiosity question. Do we have a lot of those in Blount County?
We do. Yeah.
In comparison to other counties?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we do. With, Townsend and people wanting to come to this area, the tourism that we have, we do have a lot of Airbnbs and VRBOs.
So are they still remitting the same amount? They're just doing it more slowly?
I'm sorry.
Is the state keeping some of the money that we would
They
normally
keep
have?
2%. So of
Right,
that $35,000 that they sent, it might have been whatever the 2% above that. So,
Okay.
yeah, 2%. So instead of us getting 7%, we're getting 5%.
All right.
Another thing that we accomplished we've had no closures. We've experienced no closures due to COVID-19. So many county clerks' offices across the state have had several closures, not just one, but more than one that have affected their offices and their citizens. And, we've been quite lucky, I guess, in that respect. As problems arose, we adapted and made quick, sometimes creative changes to protect our employees and the community while continuing to provide those services. Another thing that we really experienced, and it's been a roller coaster ride, but the anxiety that people have felt through all of this came out negatively a lot of times with our customers. And, so we've had to help calm the anxiety and the fear felt by so many of them, while the whole time, we felt that way too. But, early on, March, April, and May, people were very anxious, and just what we experienced out in our lobby, and the mayor can tell you, we would have 30 and 40 people out there, and if they didn't hold them downstairs in the basement level there, people were in a panic to get vehicles registered and to get boats registered and motorcycles. And, it was quite crazy at times. We also have learned to navigate Zoom and to adjust to the demands of a virtual world. And I can say some evenings are better than others when it comes to navigating Zoom. But thank goodness Justin has been, and the IT department here have just been amazing to work with, and have been there with us every step of the way. Well. Yeah, I know, I did. And I guess our 21, 22 goals are kind of simple. We just are trying to continue to adapt during this pandemic and to provide creative solutions to continue services. Tom Hatcher and I have had the opportunity to purchase an outdoor kiosk that we will put at the drive-through. And that will be a 24-hour service for not only vehicle renewals, but for people to pay court fines. That is a great location. People are familiar with that location. And this is kind of new technology that they have come out with, being able to put it outside and it survived the elements. So we're excited to be able to do that. And then the 2 employees that I have at the drive-through have been cross-trained with Tom's people, and they are now collecting court fines in addition to vehicle renewals. I am very excited about that. Just the opportunity that my employees were given to gain more knowledge and experience and the service that it offers for our community. We are hoping that once my people feel more comfortable in doing those receipts, that we will extend the hours of the drive-through also. Right now, the hours there are 7 to 3:30, and we are hoping to expand that to 5 o'clock at least, so that people getting off work can, either stop by that afternoon or at 7 o'clock. A lot of people stop on their way to work at that location. So we also hope to continue providing a safe and a healthy work environment and remain open so that my employees can continue to earn a paycheck. So many people don't have that opportunity right now. And hopefully, the workforce is starting to open back up and more people are going to be able to get back to work. And I know this is kind of cheesy and silly, but 2020 taught us a whole lot about the importance of family and friends and not being able to be around those people quite as much as what we've been accustomed to. But for myself, I want to live more, love more, and hug more. Those are some of the things, especially the hugging. I have missed that, and hope that that's one of the things in 2021 that we all get to experience more. It's been a hard year. It has just been very difficult, and to keep people encouraged and to keep people having a sense of normal as much as we can has been challenging at times. As far as my budget goes, the only change that I have requested is an increase of $2,500, and that is to cover the maintenance contract for the new outdoor kiosk. And Tom and I will be splitting that maintenance contract charge. But my half of it is $2,500. On the commission budget, there's no change. We should have some turnback money because we have not had travel expenses this year for the commissioners. We've also not had tuition charges for conferences and things like that. So that will be going back to the county's general fund. And then next year, hopefully they'll get to continue some of their conferences and things and the continuing education classes that they take. Beer board, no change on that. Last year, we had to have an increase in our legal notices because we'd had issued so many beer permits that we ran out of money running our legal notices. So we'll see how this year goes, but we should be okay there too. But I think that's about it. I don't need to stay any longer because I need to get caught up on your time, I guess. Are there any questions?
Does anyone have any questions for Gay?
I don't have any questions, but I do want to say and acknowledge to you that I'm really excited about the direction your office is going in. And I'm especially excited about the partnerships that you didn't even have to be encouraged to engage in. And so having those opportunities for our citizens to be able to handle their business without those doors being opened, I think is fantastic.
Right.
Thank you so much.
We're excited about that. Thank you. Oh.
Since I've got you and Phyllis and Scott and Trevor here, when this thing, when the world changed for us, and it seemed like some of the first instincts and some of the entities had, government entities and other counties, would just shut the doors and let's hide from this thing. We never did. We never shut the doors. We changed. I'm telling you, we adapted quick, and we had meetings, y'all know, every day, a couple of times a day. What can we do to make this courthouse stay open? We all talked, we didn't want people to drive by their courthouse in this pandemic and see the lights off. We did do it, and we stayed open. Our employees rose to the occasion. You all rose to the occasion. way we get business, but we still provide the services in all of our offices to people in the community that need it. And I just want to say, y'all, what can I say? Y'all are superstars, and we got a heck of a team. And I mean, during all of this, nobody panicked, nobody got sideways. It just, we all put our heads together and made it work. And I just want to say thank you. Well, I got all of you here. Scott, you hear me back there, Scott? Yes. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, my mic's not working. My mic's not working. That's probably just well. But thank y'all. Thank you, Gary, Phyllis, Trevor. Thank you guys, y'all, Scott, y'all. I'm pretty proud of what the citizens of this county have.
Thank you.
Okay, next up. Register of Deeds.
Yes.
Thank you for putting your name on this one, Phyllis.
Phyllis Lee, Chris. I too want to thank you guys on the budget committee. I want to thank the whole commission really for how they have supported us this last year. And without our means of having a budget, we would be in a sad shape with all of the other things that we've had to deal with. We haven't had to worry about our money. So thanks to you guys for taking care of us as office holders and supplying us with our needs. We don't get everything we want, and we understand that, but it still, I'm going to ask for some things this year. I don't normally ask, but anyway, I do thank you. Okay, what we do, we make and preserve a record of instruments required or allowed by the law to be filed or recorded. The registrar's office is the county seat, and the records of the papers must remain in the office at all times. People can't come and just take out books or whatever. And if I have to have books preserved or anything, I'd have to go before the commission and ask for those books to be taken out. The documents that we record is deeds, power of attorneys, deeds of trust, mortgages, liens, contracts, plats, leases, judgments, wills that are probated, court orders, military discharges, UCC records, and other types of documents. I want to say that our plats have just exploded this year with the number of subdivisions and the divisions of property that has taken place. We're constantly having to reorder our tabs for our maps to go in. I want to thank Jeff Hedrick in the Highway Department with coordinating with us on these plats and stuff, because some of the things that the surveyors are trying to slip in and all of that, it's been a real headache for us. So when I call out there and ask them for their help, they're always easy to work with, because I am not the map police. It needs to be ready to be recorded when it comes to my office. Accomplishments, number one was no audit findings. And I'm working really hard right now on our cybersecurity and getting all that ready for when the next audit comes around, that we hopefully will have everything in place just like it's needed. We're now accepting credit cards for the convenience of our customers. Although there's a small convenience fee and we don't get that, there's a vendor that gets that money for that. It's unreal, the people that don't carry a checkbook or cash anymore. And it's just so easy for them to use that. We didn't have any lapse time due to COVID. We worked nonstop. It was really tough at times because just because some of the world was shut down, ours kept going. I mean, the mail kept coming in, and people was still needing to buy houses and borrow money. So that was a good thing that we survived that. We were able to replace the new computers at all workstations, and we're able to move the old ones back into the vault area. This is where where customers and attorneys go back to look up the information. So they were really happy to get an upgrade also. We was able to have 2 new offices constructed, and that was through the COVID to safeguard our indexer and certifier from close contact due to COVID and any other security threats, because they were just kind of in this small room by themselves, and the ventilation wasn't good. And so got with Dawn and Denny, and they came in, and we've got 2 separate offices for them. And plus for security, they were kind of sitting in an area where if we'd have had a threat or something, they wouldn't have really had a good place to go to. So now they are separated and that threat's not there anymore. I want to brag on my employees for their 100% office participation in donating to the United Way. I don't even have to ask them to do that. That's something that they take upon themselves that they want to do. And another thing they do, they bring in snacks and drinks and stuff, because we have attorneys and people coming in that don't leave for lunch and they want a little snack or whatever. And then they take that money and they give to Meals on Wheels, or they give to the empty pantry, whatever. And again, that's something that they just do on their own. It's not anything that I have encouraged or whatever. Our revenues has went up since I posted the 802,000. This morning when I ran a report, the commission fees for the county is over 900,000 with 3 more months to go. Again, the states, theirs was over 600 million that we have sent to them. But we have truly been busy recording the documents, and when we get documents in, we have to go over them with a fine-tooth comb, and some of the companies just get it off my desk. And we saw a lot of that because of COVID and people working at home and stuff. They just wanted to get that work out of their area. So we spend a lot of time having to reject documents, and because of the criteria that we have to have. So that takes up some of our time. We The total instruments were over 25,000 documents that we've recorded so far. In addition to helping the walk-in customers, taking the phone customers, and nobody is missing a beat. I mean, they have just really, everyone has stepped up, and cross-training has been an excellent thing that we have done. The goals for 21-22 is to continue to be the best Register of Deeds office in the state by providing great service to our customers. I'm looking forward to the growth in our county and the revenues it generates. The traffic, not so much, but if you get out and drive around, unbelievable how things have exploded. And with Amazon coming and some of the other places, it's only going to get busier. You know, when you get more factories or whatever, you get more restaurants, you get more retail. That has to come through me too, you know. So we look forward to those recordings. My wish and my hope is that we can get a new full-time employee to help with this rapid increase of recordings. The employee would also enable us to backscan and index some of the old books as time permits. On the new employee, I had 2 people that retired, took about 45 years of experience, and that was our indexer and our certifier. We've cross-trained to help get others to step up to do that. But that's when it goes to the indexer and the certifier, that's when you're picking the document apart for everything that's in it. And it's got to, Jared, you know how that is. You've got to put all the information that's on that deed, you've got to put it in there. So when the attorneys come in, that they can click and everything that relates to that document, whether it's had a deed of trust, and if it's been released, and you know, if there's a map file, and if there's restrictions, all of that is imported in. So it takes a lot of time. So when you've got these other employees that's pushing all this work to 2 people, it gets really stressful. So, and also I'm anticipating the funding to rebind my old books and to replace much needed plat maps. When the surveyors and stuff, they come in and those plat maps and the books, I would love for y'all to come. I started to bring them and then I didn't, but you know, some of my books are literally falling apart because over the years of the use and the moisture and all that. But the plat maps, some of them are just stuck together. You can't turn the pages because it has that sticky. So I need to have new folders and stuff to have them put in and have those fixed. Anyway, there's my budget. I'm hoping that it passes. I never ask for anything that I don't need. I will be turning money back in this year because like Gay said, we didn't have our conferences. We didn't have to travel like we normally do. But I would just appreciate if you consider my budget, and hopefully I'll get what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Is there any questions?
Oh, questions?
I had a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Probably for Randy too, just to clear up on the revenue side of things so I understand it. So you've had county revenue for the first, since January of about 800,000.
No, since July 1st.
Okay.
Till now, it's 900,000.
Okay.
That's what the revenues that we've generated for the county. Now the state, that's a different story.
9 million.
Yeah.
So anyway,
So that county revenue, that number we're talking about, that goes into county general. Okay. Has the state done anything with what they had done before? I didn't figure.
we will never get that money back.
Okay.
That, you know,
We've asked for that for every year now for 7 years, and or whenever they first did it, we started asking for the money back. They will not. The state will never, ever give you back anything. You can't ever get it back. You know, it's kind of like asking, you just can't get it back.
and it's really a shame when you look at the numbers and you see what they're getting versus what we're getting, and we're doing all the work, you know? And I'll give you this as an example. When the state sends in tax liens and things like that, we RC it and bill them for it, and we wait for our money. So we told them the other day, and of course they're working from home, and they're like 2 months behind. And so we finally told them, hey, we're designated to have our check in on time. If we don't, we get fined. It ought to work the same for you guys. You know, we're asking for $48 in a check so we can make our books balance. But here it is, you can't, we're sending you all this money and you can't send us $48 or whatever. So that's the way they operate. So anyway.
Yeah, that's nothing we can do about that, really.
There's nothing, you know, and like we say, we've had lobbyists, you know, everything trying to get.
Yeah. On your positions, so you've had 2, you're down 2?
Well, no, I replaced them.
You replaced the 2?
I replaced those
Okay, so this is
2.
another one on top
But
of that.
now we have this influx of all this work. And like I say, these 2 are still training, you know, for this job. So where my seasoned 2 retired, because both of them together had over 40 years experience in that particular job. So you've got this big stack of work and you've got 2 new people doing that particular job. And so, like I say, I help index, some of the other girls help index and all that, but still yet you're getting down to the certifying part of it. Before it goes out the door, that last person has to say, yes, everything's on there that needs to be, and, you know, it's ready to go. So that's why I'm asking for the new person, is to help us keep our work up, keep it going, because you know how attorneys are, they want that stuff back.
Yeah.
You know.
This is very.
You know, and we record it.
No comment on whether I'm like that, but.
We record it as soon as it comes in, and it gets a book and page and it's scanned and all that. But we can't release it until all of that day's work has been receipted, indexed, and certified. Used to, we could do it in 24 hours. That just doesn't happen anymore. And they'll say, well, can you not just release mine? You know, but you can't do that, because if there was a problem, then you've already let somebody's go and your report's all messed up. So anyway, it's very, very delicate, very mind-boggling, you know, with all that's going on right now. It's just, and BlackBerry, I mean, they might have 100 references. You know how that is. I mean, and we have to import every reference that there is, every map file. Royal Oaks, for instance. I bet you they got 100,000 maps. That's exaggerating, but every time we turn around, Royal Oaks is doing another map. Yeah, I know. So anyway.
I completely understand, and that's a very important
yes
role for our county. So I want to, you know, thank you as well for keeping everything going, especially with the market booming the way it is on the real estate side? It seems like if there's nothing else that we want to do right now, it's we want to buy and sell real estate.
There's not enough houses in Blount County
Yeah.
to buy right now. And, you know, people are coming from everywhere and buying because why? We're the best place there is to live, you know, so.
Does anybody else have any questions or any comments?
One quick one.
Of course. Go ahead, Mike.
You're going to give me a complex. Small thing. I'm assuming that the $33,570.
That would be without benefits. I think with the benefits.
Right, 54.7.
Yes, sir.
But I'm assuming the 33.5, that's entry level based off of our,
Yes.
off of our
Yes, sir.
comp study, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is that comparable to, I mean, does that get you a good qualified employee?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Most definitely.
Okay, good deal. Thank you.
You got any
Uh-huh.
20? Phyllis, on the the number of employees you have right now is the same number of employees you had when you came into that office. Is that not correct?
Mhm.
I mean, you have you're still running with the same number of employees that you had 10 years, 11 years ago when you went into the office.
Yes, sir.
This is the first time you've actually added a number
To
in
add.
11 years
Yes.
to your staff. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you. Next up is property assessor.
Hello and good afternoon. Obviously, I am not Mr. Helton. I'm Trevor McMurray. I'm the Chief Deputy for the Blount County Property Assessor's Office. Forgive me, I'm flying a little blind here this afternoon, but just report to you all what we do. Our office is responsible for equalizing the property values across the state, across the county for, right now we're on a 4-year cycle. So we'll be getting geared up about this time next year to kick off our reappraisal for 2023. During that interim between the reappraisals, it's always a reappraisal cycle. We're always reviewing. We've got a review list. We cruise permits, take care of any of those issues, or pick up buildings that have been built out in the county and add those to the tax roll. But we also do something greater than that. Our office manages the parcel database, and that parcel database is vital to the whole operations of the office. If you don't have a parcel to put a house on, then you don't have a good record of where that house goes. And I'll have to echo what Phyllis has mentioned, and that is the increase in work that our office has experienced, just like hers has, because of the increase in platting and the deeds. And so there's an increase there too. 2020 was rough. It was rough for all of us. But I have to say that I'm proud of what the staff was able to accomplish. We worked split schedule a lot over the last year, and we were still able to maintain and hit our marks and accomplish our goals. So, and then I don't want to toot my own horn, but I am the Chief Deputy, and I was awarded last week the Chief Deputy of the Year, or Chief Deputy Assessor of the Year for 2020. So
Congratulations,
Thank you, sir.
Trevor.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
Thank
Well
you.
deserved.
We also got a 3-star certification from the Tennessee Association of Assessing Officers. That's also the people that presented me with my award. What this basically means is that the county property assessor's office didn't have any audit findings. We were able to hit all of our goals. Our certification with them is up to date. And so that's what created that 3-star award for the property assessor's office. So our 2021 goals are the same as our goals for every year, and that is to, stay on top of the building trends, stay on top of the permits that have been put out there, making sure that houses get put on the roll in a timely manner, and continue to edit and monitor our database. That database also contains a lot of records. So a deed that's filed with Phyllis gets sent to us. We'll maintain that record on our property record card. So we have we do a lot more than just going out and measuring houses and listing them for the county. So there's a good idea of where our permits have gone. I've actually got a better list here. In 2018, there was like 1,400 permits issued for about 266 million. 2019, there was 1,500, almost 1,600 permits for a total of about 263 million. 2020, there were 1,700 plats. You can see an increase every year for about 316, almost $317 million. So in 2021, we've already had 294 building permits issued for a total of about $266,000. So you can see through that trend where that's going and what kind of burden it's putting on our office and the staff. So it's my understanding that our 51,210, the county budget, is staying the same. There's no increase in that budget. The 52,300 is the main budget. There's no increases in that one except for, salaries, the 2.5% increases for salaries. And the 52,310 reappraisal is the reappraisal budget, and that's where we're asking for an increase. Again, I think it's 33,000 for the base salary, but the total amount is like 51,739 for that new position that we're requesting. And again, we were requesting that because of the influx that Phyllis was talking about, the increase in the amount of deeds, the plats, that's something very near and dear to my heart, have increased as well. So we're just trying to keep our head above water and do the best we can, and we could really use an additional employee to assist with the paperwork. So, any questions?
Yeah, Trevor, I just want to tell you how much I appreciate the job you do and the job your staff does in stepping up. I do want to say how disappointed I am that and this is no reflection on you, that the elected official that's known about this meeting since December the 6th of 2020 did not feel that he needed to be at this meeting to discuss and ask for his budget, including a new person to go to work in a department where the elected official is probably not putting in 10 hours a month, 20 at the most, and I think I'm pushing it. I'm disappointed in that. I'm disappointed in the fact that he feels like that he can turn his back on this committee. He turned his back on the finance department when we asked about the penny for the worth of the penny. Did not show up at that meeting. And the last time the commission had to ask him to a meeting, they had to send a letter, a certified letter, to get him to come to the commission meeting. That is unacceptable as an elected official in this county. This county deserves better than that. A person that's elected by the people that comes to work less than 10 to 20 hours a month is stealing. That's a thief. That's somebody that's stealing from the taxpayers. I'm disappointed in him. I'm disappointed in what he puts you all through as a department that's trying to do the right thing. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not through with this one. I think that there is going to be a response from the mayor's office on this situation, and I'm going to just say that this is disappointing. We've tried, we went out of our way to talk to him about coming to work, trying to come to work. It's fell on deaf ears. I'm through trying anymore. So I just want to let that be said. If anybody else has anything they want to say, please go ahead.
Thank you for your leadership and what you're doing.
Yeah. And I think that would be the commission. I can't speak for them, but I have a feeling they feel the same in thanking you.
You're welcome.
Absolutely.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I care and I love Blount County. I've got a long family history here, so it matters to me, and I understand how you feel.
Thank you, Trevor. I appreciate you very much.
Hey, Mayor, could we possibly ask Trevor what the reason was for why he's not here today?
He's waiting on a refrigerator.
I'm sorry?
He's waiting on a refrigerator to be delivered. You're kidding, aren't you? No, I'm not kidding.
He's missing this meeting over refrigerator.
Was that not the same excuse we had on, there was something last week or 2 weeks? We've had this, the refrigerator being delivered's been a recurring excuse. So.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'd like to ask County Trustee Scott Graves, to please come to the mic. Don't you?
I have my speech prepared here. Let me get it out. Thank you.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
All right. So I'm going to try to make it quick for you guys. As usual, not really asking for anything new. We'll get into more of that, but most of you know me. A little bit about my education and experience there. And as far as what my office does, I manage an office that collects and accounts for over $200 million annually in state, federal, and local funds. And we manage the investment of the temporarily idle funds through local bank accounts, CDs, and other methods that the state approves. Any investment that the county has to be approved by the state. And it's in state law that it all has to be collateralized and all that good stuff. So we use very safe investments, and I supervise the cash flow for Blount County government through fund accounting and bank accounts. So as far as, am I doing this myself? As far as our revenue sources, people always wonder, where does the county's money come from to operate Blount County government? Property tax, local option sales tax, business tax, the state revenue that's used primarily for K through 12 education, federal revenue, which is special and vocational education dollars and some other grants through the federal government, and local fines and fees, which could include the fee offices, the fees that they get. Court fees, probation fees, planning fees, et cetera. All of that funnels through my office. And as far as our workload comparison, I always like to say, what did we do 20 years ago and what are we doing today? So 20 years ago, of course, our technology wasn't quite as good, but we also have a staff that's been here with the county a while, and through training and better technology, we're able to handle this workload. And we'll talk a little bit about that in just a second. But the number of parcels that we had, and that's basically the number of customers that might show up or mail in their payment for property taxes in 2000 was just shy of 60,000. And now it's about 73,000. So that's about a 22.7% increase in the number of customers that we might have. Tax freeze participants, which the county commission passed in 2007, and you have to have a certain income limit and meet some other qualifications to get on tax freeze. But we didn't have that program in 2000, so we picked that thing up in 2007, and now we have about 1,700 folks that are on tax freeze. And of course, that takes some time by our office to gather the information and the paperwork that we need to get those folks on the program. And tax relief, which is a little rebate from the state, that program was in effect in the year 2000. We had about 700 people that was on that program, and now we have 2,300. So that has really increased as well. And that, like the tax freeze program, takes a minute or two for our folks to gather the information that they need to have that person qualify to be on the program. And of course, we are a conservative office. We're a fee office, and of course, fee offices are designed to collect fees to offset their budget, right? So as far as I know, and Randy might tell me different now, but the last time I checked into it, all of our fee offices in the county collect enough fees to operate their offices so they don't need property tax to support their budgets. And that would include Gay and Phyllis that went before me. They collect enough fees to operate their office, even more so. And I think Phyllis mentioned that she does, and most of us turn money back into the county to help operate. So we don't really need property tax to operate our budgets. And our fees in 2000 were a little over $1 million. And this year we've estimated to bring in about 3 million in trustee fees, which is a lot less than what our budget is. And as far as I like to brag a little bit about our workload, as you could see, has increased, and also our staff has not. Actually, we've reduced staffing a little bit due to process improvements, training, better technology, and employee retention. We had 6 full-time employees 20 years ago, and we still have 6. So that number hasn't increased. And in 2000, we had about almost an entire extra employee. As far as hours go, we had about 3 people or 4 people that worked a total of about 1,800 hours a year. And now we have part-time hours this year of less than 100. So we have increased our workload, but we have not increased the number of staff that we have or asked for from you guys. So definitely proud of that. Definitely a conservative person myself, and don't want to ask for anything. So we're not asking for anything again this year. So just wanted to present that stuff to you. And if there's any questions, I'll take those.
Is there any questions for trustee? Any questions?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you for. Do what? Yeah.
Next, we'll ask that Parks and Rec Director Joe Huff please come to the podium.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, real quick, just want to give a little brief overview about Parks and Rec. I think we've been around for a while. We're still one of the most misunderstood organizations just because of how we're set up, since we are representing all 3 governments, and we're kind of our own entity sitting out there. So I always think it's good to kind of go over a little bit about what we're about, how we operate. I guess that's the wrong way. Our departmental structure, we are a joint venture between the 3 governments. Actually, back in 1970, they had to pass a law so we could form this commission. We're the first of its kind in the state, and even today, we're the only one of its kind. I don't think they found 3 governments that could get along enough to form a commission like this anywhere else, and this seems to work fine here, though. We were established in 1970. We got 7 board members. Each government has 2 representatives, and there's 1 at large. Other 2 representatives from the government, 1 has to be elected. So from the county standpoint, we have Brad Bowers, and then the at-large representative from the county is Nelson Russell. We operate under our own bylaws. We operate under our own personnel policy manual, our own job classification system. Like I said, we're out there, we're pretty much on our own from that respect. Even legal, HR, that kind of thing, we have to use our own people for that. We don't own anything. Each government owns all the property, all the parks. It's their duty to operate them, maintain them, and program them. We have 20 full-time employees. That includes 8 on our maintenance staff, 5 at the various rec centers, senior center, 7 at our administrative office. Then we also have 7 year-round part-time employees, but we have as many as 160 seasonal during our peak time. So our payroll during the middle of summer, anywhere from 180 to 200 people on our payroll during our peak seasons. Facilities, approximately 200 acres, which includes 2 outdoor pools, 3 rec centers, senior center, disc golf course, dog park, 16 parks, 14 pavilions, 2 lake parks, which are both county properties, Louisville Point Park and Singleton Park. Actually, the picture there is of Eagleton Park, a county park. The playground we just installed, one of our newer playgrounds just a few years ago. It's You know, we have a lot of larger parks, but these little small neighborhood parks like Eagleton Parks, a lot of times are most popular facilities. Special events, we have numerous special events throughout the year. This year, not so much due to COVID. We did have to cancel a lot of things. We weren't able to go on like a lot of other departments are here, keep things going. The things we have, you weren't allowed to have. We weren't allowed to have outdoor concert series. We wasn't allowed to have Halloween events, kids fish and derby. We did have a Smoky Mountain Classic, but there are a lot of things we were not allowed to have. We had to cancel numerous events and a lot of programs this year. Smoky Mountain Classic, we still had, delayed it this past year to August. Still had a great turnout. Had teams, I think, from 19 states. And on special events, we've already signed contracts this year for 2 additional large tournaments that come to the area. One in May, one in June, that's going to bring probably each one will have teams from 14 to 17 states, something like that. One of these tournaments is going to be a 10-day long tournament. It'll be held throughout all of East Tennessee, and we're one of the areas. So we're pretty excited about bringing those 2 tournaments in. It's going to mean a whole lot of money for the community. Everett Rec Center, you know, one of our projects we accomplished in the past year was putting in the new gym floor at the Everett Rec Center. We applied for it and received a grant to pay for 50% of this project. I'm very happy with the way it turned out. Actually, it finished about this time last year when COVID was starting to hit. The crew was in there finishing up. And I think after that, they had to put their work on hold for a while, but we was able to get that done about this time last year.
County paid 50% also.
Yeah, county. This is a county facility, the Everett Rec Center. And the bleachers year before, just one show, you know, over the past couple of years, we've updated the bleachers and the floor, and you know, that floor replaced, I think, had been in there since the mid-50s.
54.
Yeah, we got our money's worth out of it.
Yeah, we did. And if I'd like to note on the bleachers, when we replaced those, we did specify we wanted Everett Bulldog
Yep.
blue on.
We did have,
so
yeah,
that was part of the deal.
let me go ahead and make sure. Being a Marable grad, that wasn't a big deal to
For
me.
you Marable grads, I know that doesn't mean a lot, but it means a lot to us country guys.
My mom went to
Put red and
Everett,
black in
so
there, but they wouldn't let it.
That blue looks pretty.
Senior Center, which I know that's a big item on our budget, coming up, but a little bit about our Senior Center. You know, until the COVID hit, we had over 800 members. That is one facility we had to shut down by law of the governor, the statute or whatever, the COVID guidelines, CDC and the Tennessee pledge. And we were able to, we are open back up now, gradually getting things back going. But give you an idea how things were going for us last summer. Our 2 Everett Senior Center employees, they spent their summer pressure washing, painting, landscaping. This past year, due to the loss of revenues, we've had 2 full-time employees that had resigned during this time, but we didn't replace them. Just because of our loss of revenues, we were able to help offset those revenues by saving money on not hiring new employees. So we actually operated instead of 24 full-time employees this past year of 18.
Mr. Huff?
Yeah.
How much revenue do you estimate you lost during this time?
Well, since July 1, we've estimated we lost close to a couple 100,000. I'd say since this thing hit, probably a little over 400,000. You know, some of that is also offset by, you know, we save some expenses too, like pools, that kind of thing. But there's a lot of events. It's kind of like when it first hit last year, we'd already took registration for youth soccer. Well, then we had to cancel it. We had to give out $30,000 in refunds last spring. So it's been an adjustment, but tell you what, our staff stepped up. We made major cuts. Part-time, most of our part-time people starting last March, we really just cut them back until recently. Rec centers are starting to open back up. We've made some major cuts. What's tough during the same time, our parks have probably been used more than ever. So during COVID, people were at the parks. I mean, as far as maintenance on the parks, whether it's trash pickup, bathrooms, whatever, man, the parks were just full during this time. But the organized programs really took a hit. So we're feeling better about where we're at. And I think we're getting back on our feet. And we're feeling pretty good, hopefully, about the rest of this year. We'll see. The Senior Center, all the activities going on there, we're getting back going. You know, everything's looking good there. We feel pretty good about that. And I know part of the budget was, and I don't know, Eddie, if you guys discussed the senior center, or have.
No, just Randy and I.
Okay. A little bit about the senior center. We've had some major water issues over there. We discovered probably back in early fall. The hardy board system that was put in that building was built 20 years ago. Hadn't held up very well over the years. And after looking at it with some of the architects and engineers, it looks like some of the procedures, the way they installed that thing wasn't necessarily correct either. So due to that, we've got some major water issues on the whole exterior of the building. We've hired engineering architect firm to look at it, give us some cost estimates, and met with the three governments 2 or 3 times on this particular project. So we've got some cost estimates on it. The idea is now to wait till about this time next year to start the project to try to repair the needs. We've kind of pieced it together to where we can use the facility now until we start that. So we're going to be able to stay open and operate the center until then. But next March is when we're hoping to start the project. And the estimation was around $700,000 for the whole project. Now that will be however the 3 governments decide to split that up. But that would be the renovate and repair the entire exterior to where it needs to be so we can continue to use it.
But just like the Everett Recreation Center, that is our building, is it not?
No, that's a jointly owned.
Okay, so that one.
That's owned by the 3 governments. That's the only one.
On the recreation center, that's ours to do if it's bleachers, floor, or anything.
Right.
The rec center or the senior center is a divided cost, correct? Okay.
It's the only one we have like that. When we built it, it was agreed the 3 governments went together and jointly paid for the building of facility, which has worked out well. It kind of set a precedent for anything we might want to do that in the future too, as far as large facilities. But it is the only jointly owned facility.
Talk about how much it's used, Joe.
See here, we had over 800 members. We average 100 and something people a day coming through there, and it's tremendous the amount of usage. You know, when we built it in 2000 or 2001 or 2, somewhere in there, we thought this thing's, it's large enough to last us for a while, but we've already outgrown it. It's the fastest growing as far as memberships and the use. It has as much as far as the fastest growing facility we have as anything we have. Of course, the senior population is the fastest growing population too. So it's going to continue to be that way. And we're just seeing tremendous growth. Now the COVID really knocked it. We're kind of going back to square one, starting all over and getting people to come back in again. We still can't allow activities like cards and some things like that. But we're hoping that'll change in the future. But it's a tremendous facility for the community, and we get a tremendous amount of use out of it. Any other questions about the senior center? Yeah.
Joe, since if I heard you correctly, repairs to the building is approximately $750,000 or a little more. And I think I heard you just now say that you've already outgrown the building. Would now not be a good opportunity at looking at a cost for, if nothing else, a cost engineering study on expansion on what you're going to need if you already reached your max?
That was discussed in a meeting, and I think
we thought
they talked about
that. Yeah.
And I think that's, when we get to the point of looking at what repairs are needed, I guess you'll continue that. But I know that was brought up when the 3.
And I don't want to get on here, but we've talked about that, Randy and I and Greg and Mark, because you are limited in space and there's not a lot of room to grow out there, is there, Joe?
No, there's that particular space. There's not much. I mean, parking right now is a problem. We don't have enough parking to handle the large crowds we have now. So that, I think the thought was if we feel there's need for expansion in that population for facility, we might do another location instead of expanding to one area. Maybe have another a satellite location somewhere else in another part of town.
Maybe that's sort of on the east end of town. Maybe move it over towards into a heavier populated Maryville, Alcoa, right on the line. Yeah.
Okay.
Our goals, we established a new logo. It's been a little over a year and a half ago, but we probably lost a year trying to get that logo out with the COVID thing. So we're going to get back to our branding. We really want to get a rebranding out there for a new logo and increase social media presence and increase just presence in general. So we're looking at a rebranding program to really get focused on that in the next few months. Continue to explore new ways to generate additional revenue. We're always looking for new sponsors. We've gained a few. Luckily, we haven't lost any sponsors during this time, during the COVID period, even though we've had to cancel a lot of events. The sponsors have hung with us. So we're looking for more partnerships in that from that aspect. Smart parks, we're wanting all of our parks to be smart parks, Wi-Fi presence in all of our parks. That's what we're working on currently. We think it's a very important part with all the schools, especially here when they've been doing the remote learning or the issuing all the students the Chromebooks and that kind of thing. We'd like for students to be able to go to the park and maybe access to Wi-Fi, especially for those who don't have it at home. So that's the big goal of ours, is to make all our, and we're doing pretty good with that right now too. We're making real progress on that. And then also we're incorporating a new maintenance plan. We started this last year. We're looking at a little bit more technology involved in our maintenance plan, whether it be inspections, playground inspection, park inspection, software, improve athletic field maintenance. We've got part of our staff now, the last few years, we've got 2 individuals on our staff with degrees in turf graft management, one from Tennessee and one from Penn State, who's going to really help us a whole lot on these our athletic field maintenance programs. So we're feeling really good about that too. You've got our request as far as operating expense or increase. This increase is basically just administrative costs for cost of living increases, increase in health insurance, retirement, all of those administrative fees that are associated with that is what that falls under. There is some increase for part-time workers at rec centers, particularly Martin Luther King Center. We've increased it every year for the last few years. I think we're going to need to keep increasing as many people is coming out there. We really need more and more personnel out there to help. So we've increased that budget a little bit too. Future, when we put our long range future requests, we kind of just put the senior center only, not knowing the scope of it. It might be over a couple of years or whatever, but some other things we're wanting to look at in the future. And some of this will come from we won't have to come to you guys. We can get it from our little, these are smaller projects from our own capital funds that we can use, but we're wanting to Everett Rec Center put LED lighting in the gym. We're looking at putting new goals where all of them will lift up to the regular height or go down to 6 foot for youth play. So we got it where some of them are, but not all of them. So we're trying to update the Everett Rec Center a lot in that aspect.
Is that the original goals that are in there now? Are those
No. When it was renovated back in mid-90s, they put in some new goals. And we're looking at, the youth Everett football field, of course, the Everett football soccer field area, but the football field in particular gets a tremendous amount of use. Probably there's more athletic games on that field than any field in Blount County, I'll be honest to say. So we're hoping in the future, maybe go to synthetic turf on that field to help alleviate some of the maintenance concerns we have. Because when you play spring soccer, fall soccer, tackle football, flag football, we don't have a growing season. So we're playing on that field and then through the summer too with camps. So that field gets more use. The number of games during the fall, we're playing 3 nights during the week and all day on Saturday and all day on Sunday. So, we're taking a beating there. So we're looking down the road. Hopefully that might be something to look at because that particular turf would be ideal, especially for fields that get that kind of use. And then also we got some issues in the future we'll be coming back for and probably a little bit more down the road. Louisville Point bank stabilization. We got a bank stabilization issue at Louisville Point. And we've been with TVA owned that property and we've talked with them about some of the issues, but we're hoping to maybe come back to you in a few years to kind of address some of those too. And that's it. Any questions?
Any questions for Joe?
I have one.
Yep.
So the total request from Parks and Recs from the counties for the coming budget, 744,000. What's your total budget?
Your 3 million.
The whole thing with Maryland.
Yeah, hang on. I'll give you the exact. 3,125,729.
Okay, thank you.
And you guys provide 770, about
Thank you.
About 24%, something like that.
Joe,
Go ahead. Yes.
Joe, I thought I understood that there may be some lighting issues or requirements needed at the MLK Center. I didn't hear you mention those or list them out here. Is that
Well, that'd be Alcoa. What kind of lighting issues?
like out back, there's not enough where the trail comes behind the center? There's not enough lighting back there? It's some security kinds of issues.
No, I hadn't been. Is it on the trail, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, when you go out around the back of the
Right.
building, you know, especially when it's wintertime and it's dark more than it's daylight, you can't really see.
We can do
And
that.
so-
We can address
That's
it.
marked, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if it's that don't sound like that's a major capital expense.
It
I
does,
think
it
that's-
probably
no,
won't be,
I-
but,
we can do that in-house. That shouldn't be it, but I'll definitely check on that.
okay, thank you.
upon leaving.
Did Lily call you about the grant on what we were talking about over there?
Yeah, and I don't think the grants come available, or what I understand from Christie, it's not till June,
Okay. Okay.
but Christie said she'd be willing to help us on that.
Yeah.
I think Logan was talking to Lily about it.
Well, I'd like it, if we'll keep it moving, I think it's a done deal. So
We're all for that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anything else? Okay, Joe, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Next up is let's see who next up is Ag Extension. I just thought John was here to see how things were going. I didn't.
Yeah, we were sitting in and see how things were going. We appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. We appreciate the opportunity to share a few highlights of our departmental activities with you today. And Mr. Vineyard is handing a couple of supplementary documents, kind of short and sweet, to offer you some additional insight into the scope and economic contribution of our department and activities in which we're engaged, and how that translates into the community, agricultural community, and the local economy. So what we do, we are in the education business. We're an arm of the university. We've enjoyed a long association with Blount County. We very much appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Vineyard. And our efforts are locally based. We do needs assessment with our local Ag Extension Committee, our local farm organizations, agribusiness enterprises, and other individuals. And our mission is we provide research-based information, unlike what some folks may find on the internet, Wikipedia, et cetera. Our information that we provide to the local clientele is backed up by research, not hearsay. Our staff, we've got 9 members here, myself. We've got 4 professional agents, administrative assistant, and 2 paraprofessionals that deliver nutrition education. Our primary program areas certainly are agriculture and natural resources, to include farm management, 4-H youth development, family and consumer sciences, which encompasses food preservation, parenting, home buyer education, and so on. And also as we partner with local nonprofits, others, to help identify sources and ideas, help promote community economic development. For agriculture and our others, primary delivery is through farm and home visits. Folks coming to the office there at the Operations Center, numerous group meetings. And as challenging as this past 12 months has been with the coronavirus, We've learned some new ways of doing things. We did videos and such heretofore, but we've certainly gained some additional insight in virtual training to deliver programming by YouTube videos and also through Zoom meetings. We've had numerous Zoom meetings throughout the past 12 months and learned how to also help try to prevent Zoom bombing. On-farm demonstrations, field days, classes, and camps. And again, these are primary program areas. Some of the ag programs through which I deliver educational programs: Master Beef Producer, Small Ruminant, Beef Quality Assurance. We've got an ongoing Master Gardener program, Master Horse Owner. We teach agronomics and horticultural cropping systems. We just introduced a new online farm management program virtually. Pollinator stewardship, we've got distance diagnostics, microscopes in which we can assist producers in identifying disease problems, and also looking at honeybees or things to see what's going on with them if there's a problem in honeybee colonies. And as I did this morning, teaching pesticide safety education. A number of our farm folks, families, if they apply certain pesticides, they have to be certified through our education and ultimately State Department of Agriculture in order to purchase and apply those products. Going back, just highlighting some of our accomplishments for the past 12 months. We were already training master gardeners. We had to finish out that class virtually last spring about this time, but we had 26 folks complete that. And the beauty about many of our programs, we are engaged outdoors. So we were able to social distance, and our master gardeners still completed a large number of volunteer hours. And those are valued a little bit over $20 an hour in volunteer expenditure. They continue to train and learn, so they've gained continuing education, and they volunteer at the Maryville Farmers Market. And they're engaged year in and year out in 20 some odd projects around the county. Turn our attention to agricultural programs. I continue to train cattle producers in the Master Beef Producer program and forage related areas as well. So we had 93 to go through that program. And as we work with those, it helps them to qualify to apply for ag enhancement cost share monies through the State Department of Agriculture. And as a result, we had 57 of those approved for 180,000 plus in cost share dollars. And several of those have completed. They're now turning in their reimbursement packets to the state. They have to expend all their project dollars up front, and then they provide documentation that they've completed the projects and send in a request to the State Department of Agriculture. And the state economic folks, they calculate that each of those dollars that are awarded back to producers here in the county generate an additional $6.09 in the local economy. So that turns over, which means approximately $1,099,000 in local economic activity. And we had 17 other producers complete the beef quality assurance program. Our master gardeners, myself included, we engage with several local organizations that network to reach out and extend and enhance education or community. We're privileged to work with a group here in Alcoa, the Project Hope, helping our youth. So they study financial aspects and largely through horticultural programming. They've got gardens here in Alcoa. On-farm demonstrations, we're certainly been blessed this year. We can still meet out on the farm. This was one with reproductive management. Here we conducted back in the fall. We had our farm to farm. We were able to social distance. We carpooled where sometimes we'll load up in vans. We did carpool and had about 4 different farms. We visited visiting demonstration sites and speaking about pasture and hay weed control for our livestock producers. Turn our attention to 4-H youth development. These are some of the primary programs, areas of delivery: service learning, health rocks, citizenship, teaching leadership principles as well, livestock programming, and financial management. Highlight a few accomplishments. We had over 700 participate in GPS technology, and we try as often as possible to tie these into the science, technology, engineering, and math, the STEM principles, which align with what the teachers are providing instruction in our county school systems. We had 100 go through the financial management training, and nearly 500 learned too about food security and safety. Horse project, we've got a very active horse project group in the county, a lot of companion animals there. So they compete well, both locally, regionally, and nationally. We continue to excel there, and we had actually 3 that advanced to the state competition. 378 youth grades through 6 through 8 also participated in the health rocks. And even though we were limited in face-to-face contact in the school system this year, our staff were privileged to partner with Blount County Schools, and were able to, through the internet communications, to still sign into the classrooms and provide video instruction to the students. And then our staff then would drop off the Health Rocks kit supplies to the teachers for distribution in the classrooms. Poultry is another one of our projects. We hosted a poultry show and sale there at the Blount County Operations Center back in the fall. It's one of our champion participants. That's a shot of some of our 4-H horse project youth that competed well. And in fact, we had one that went on to win some national competition in Utah. So we turn our attention to family and consumer sciences. Our primary delivery programs are parenting education, court-ordered parenting. If folks divorcing spouses have underage minor children, they have to go through a co-parenting education program that we offer. We instruct in financial management, food preservation, canning, and the concerns with food availability and some shortages in cases, particularly early on, is heightened interest in homegrown food and local sources of food and food preservation. So even though those typically are done face-to-face, our staff, they produced videos that is out on YouTube, as well as provided instruction via Zoom. And my coworker, Mary Beth, she started that again. She had, I think, 20 people participate in a virtual class this past week. Child care provider training, those folks that offer that have to be certified, so we provide that as well. And then nutrition training through the Tennessee Nutrition Consumer Education Program. Some highlights there: over 140 homeowners were served with 81 closings. And you can see a generation estimated in property taxes of $55K. And economic activity, as those monies move through the local economy, around 11.2 million is what's estimated in concert with the financial management advisors. Numerous ones contacted us for information on food preservation. We had several canning clinics. 44 folks, we coordinate with a lot of local Blount County Coalition, Blount Benefits, and so that program was delivered virtually, but folks get out on their own and they report the mileage they walk. So that was about 12,000 miles this past year. And school teachers have to be trained in the personal finance program to meet Department of Education certifications. So my staff, we offer that training as well. our 10 SEP folks. They have still had over 21,000 direct and indirect contacts, thankfully through virtual communication. Numerous publications were distributed. We coordinated with schools when they were making food distribution available. We joined in there and was able to provide nutrition information, particularly how to stretch their food dollar. And we were successful in attracting grants, federal grants again for this upcoming year. Just a couple of snapshots, some of our outdoor activities. Our goals for the coming year is to continue to build on this virtual program delivery. We still certainly have a love and a need for face-to-face, in-person group contact, but we certainly will enlist all communication media, increase our outreach to our farmer clientele, particularly in forage and livestock. That's our largest sector here in Blount County. And increasing 4-H judging team participation. We're hopeful that as we're able to engage with students back in the school system again, and virtually we'll be able to step that up. As we're there at the Blount County Operations Center, as many or most all of you know, is continue. Last year, COVID sort of threw us a curve, and so we've sort of taken 2 steps back and 1 step forward, if you will, but continue to and working in concert with the Highway Department and the Operations Manager to install those demonstration gardens. We're on tap for topsoil to come in for the gardens. Increase as a result our on-site workshops and install beehives. If you're not busy in the morning, I would encourage you to come out to Operations Center. We'll be installing bee boxes between 9 a.m. and noon tomorrow. And want to thank the mayor and some other leaders in the community for helping to kick that off. And so only the bee boxes will come tomorrow, and then we'll actually get bees here in about 2.5 weeks.
Is Charlie and John and Howard still working with you?
Charlie and Howard and their new president, Josh Chambers, and several others. And we've been approached by some folks, even on a larger scale from a state, regional and state standpoint, that are very excited about what Blount County is doing here. And we're probably going to have some picture taking, photo ops. And in fact, if you and any of the committee and commissioners would join us, I'll give you the date when the bees come in April. And we're hopeful that when those come in, that we're actually able to attract some grant dollars to make this even better. So, but they're very excited about this from a state standpoint too, because it appears that Blount is the first county to have an on-site apiary. And it's going to be great because in concert with county government and the Beekeepers Association and Extension, we'll reach out to large numbers in the community and also entertain school children to come to the site and learn about bees.
And the highway superintendent was very instrumental in helping us design that back there. I mean, he paved it, or is it gravel, or is he?
Oh yeah, it's paved.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice where they can take students back there and stuff. So that's
indeed, and we can't thank you and the highway department enough, because it's also helped to make that ADA compliant, so folks could drive in a wheelchair or a walker and still get around and take inventory, observe the bees. So we continue with those. We kind of got sidelined with COVID, but I think we're back on track as we are able to reach out and do more face-to-face. So in summary, again, want to thank you for a long-standing association and your appropriations over the years. Blount County government first appropriated money for extension on January 1, 1912. So we're about to enter our 109th year in Blount County. And we think it's a bargain. It's a cooperative agreement between the county, the state, and USDA. And please know that for every dollar the county appropriates, there's another $4 coming into play in benefits, resources, specialists that we call on from around the state and so on. So thank you again, and I'll be glad to, and would, as you have time at your convenience to look at those supplementary points. And this is not the sun going down. This is the sun coming up over the Smoky. So we see brighter days ahead, even though we may have kind of been in a slump for the past year. And these are the supplements that you have before you, and I very much appreciate Mr. Vineyard and Ms. Fields making those available on your slide set. And as you note here, we're asking for a flat or a static budget. I was poised, and in our discussions with finance early on, we were poised to ask to replace some funding that we all incurred losses back to about 2010, 2011 fiscal years. And we operate, from a fiscal responsibility standpoint. We can use the help, but I feel at this juncture, we're still not out of the COVID woods, so to speak. When we get back to, we're open and, at the Ops Center, we see folks by appointment, but when we can swing the doors wide open, our need will become more critical. So my thinking is we'll look at trying to regain at least a partial position in the upcoming a 21, 22 fiscal year. And we very much appreciate your support here heretofore. So what we're asking for at this point is same appropriation as in the current fiscal year. Not that we can't use other people, but it's going to be a more heightened need when we're back to full face-to-face operations. So with that, I'll entertain any questions that committee members may have.
Mr. Stinnett, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. First off, I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Wilson. I was on his committee for, was it 4 years?
Actually, six.
Just one of the most enjoyable assignments I've ever had. And it's amazing. I didn't realize how much farming's going on in Blount County. And of course, I didn't realize that if a horse died in a river or a creek, that we didn't have an agency to go get that horse. Mr. Wilson, he helped Blount County out and helped them recover that horse and took care of it. There's a lot of things goes on in the farming industry that a lot of city boys like Mr. Anderson, we don't know about. It was very interesting, and I don't want to speak for you, but I suspect that
That's fair.
That's fair. It's amazing what y'all do and how much you support the school systems, and I just appreciate your department and everything y'all have done to help Blount County. Thank you a lot for the experience.
Thank you, Commissioner Stinnett.
Commissioner Taylor, of course.
Yes. I want to expand on what my fellow commissioner said. I think I would be very safe in saying that the vast majority of the people that live in our area have no idea all the things that you all are involved in. And I hate to say it, but I'm one of them. I have been amazed. I've sat before you for numerous years, and I want to commend you. You put together an outstanding snapshot of what you do to let people like me know that there's a whole lot of stuff going on that I need to be more familiar with. But you really do put together a good picture, and I appreciate the time and obvious passion that you put in to doing what you do for Blount County. So thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, you're most welcome, and thank you, Commissioner Kaler. We appreciate that. Yeah, and it's very true. I mean, if one just drives through on 321 or 129, and that's all you see of Blount County, you wouldn't be able to assess the volume of agriculture that goes. That's another reason I provide those supplementary documents for you. The Ag Econ Department, their personnel, along with the folks in the State Comptroller's Office and others, they've started putting together a periodic snapshot of the economic impact that agriculture has for each county in the state. And you'll notice the date, that's 2018. They don't do it every year. They don't have the time or other resource to do so. But every 4 to 5 years, they try to put that picture together. So you'll see the economic multiplier. There are other jobs that come for every job in agriculture. There's another, I think, 0.38 jobs that comes into play. So it is significant. It's around 21 million, and in some cases growing. Some folks are expanding. And if you look at the trend over the last 10, 20 years, there's fewer farms, but those farms tend to be larger farms. Some folks, as population ages, and we've got widowers, then they rent those out to other existing farm folks. So we appreciate your time and attention and taking a look. And anytime you got questions beyond today, just give us a call or send us an email.
Mayor, I'd like to expand on that. I was so impressed with his program. No, on his expansion. I thought I'd go down and do some farming at side farm. And I thank the Lord that he didn't ask me to be a farmer. Because let me just tell you, it's 24/7.
Yeah, don't go away.
And there's something broken every day.
What is it, John? That's why God made nylon wire and duct tape. That's what it used to be. That's just the way why God made nylon wire and duct tape for the farmer where he can keep farming, you know?
That's right.
Anything else? Thank you, John.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm excited about the beekeeping stuff. Does anybody need to take a break other than Jared?
It's my day today, isn't it?
Yeah, we're taking a break. Is everybody ready? Eric, soil conservation, please come to the front.
All right, Mayor Mitchell, members of the Budget Committee, thank you for allowing me to present our proposed budget to you for fiscal year 22. My role this afternoon is to tell you a little bit about what we do, our accomplishments for fiscal year 21, our goals for fiscal year 22, and of course, our fiscal year 22 budget. All right. The district's goal is to sustain and improve the natural resources within Blount County. When I refer to natural resources, I am talking about improving soil, water, and air quality. I'm talking about improving habitat for wildlife species, also habitat for threatened and endangered species. Everything that we do is on the voluntary basis of the private or public landowner that we are working with. We provide this assistance in one of two different ways. Number one, we provide technical assistance, and we work with a team of geologists and engineers and biologists to come up with solutions or options in regard to whatever natural resource issues we are dealing with for that particular client. We also secure grant funding for on-the-ground conservation practices. The majority of our funding is used to implement agricultural best management practices. That's appropriate as agricultural as well as forested lands approach 55% of the county's land use. That does not include the 26% of the county within the national park boundary. And so 80% of my workload, again, is just dealing with the farms and forests of Blount County. When we talk about best management practices for forest, we're not just talking about timber stand improvement. We're talking about wildlife habitat. We're talking about invasive species control, but also water quality. Our forests are probably the most underutilized natural resource that we have. And statewide, we're really beginning to see greater input or greater value applied to forest management. We are also involved with suburban best management practices. Our Highway 411 project, we're in phase 3 of that right now. So if you don't know, Highway 411 used to be a 2-lane road. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, that road was widened and it left a lot of eroding steep banks along both shoulders of the highway. We've been going in with a series of cover crop mixes to restore the biology of the soil before we seed it down permanently to a grass that will hold. And that project has been in partnership with the Tennessee Department of Transportation. We're also involved in watershed planning. This is in conjunction with the stormwater departments of both the county and the 2 cities. This is our 2nd year that we have been able to fund a graduate student with the University of Tennessee College of Landscape Architecture. They provide services to us in terms of hydrologic modeling, potential flood control, and other practices that can go a long way to improving water quality issues that we see in some sections of the county. The advantage of working with the School of Landscape Architecture, we now have access to some of the latest technology that is out there. We also have access to their 3D printers and other things that we would have to pay for those services. Just being able to fund the graduate student, if we had to contract out the services that they are providing to us, we'd probably have to shell out around $60,000. So these are projects and planning projects that the county is getting done for free. Another project, another watershed planning project is over off Howe Street in the city of Alcoa. We intend to implement a forest riparian buffer to improve the integrity of Pistol Creek that flows through that community. There are some other plan practices as well, depending upon if the city signs off on these. All these are designed for flood control, improve the aesthetics, improve recreation for that community. We also have a contractual relationship with the Little River Watershed Association. They help us with a variety of projects, including agricultural and forest land best management practices. They assist us with stream restoration projects. Through us, they assist the stormwater departments with water quality monitoring. One of the biggest advantages is it provides us additional in-house staff for our programming. So that's been a very mutual beneficial relationship between us and the Watershed Association. One of our newer initiatives that began during fiscal year 21 is the Hellbender Conservation Initiative. Now the hellbender, this is a species of salamander. They are also, the more colloquial terms for the hellbender or mud devil, Allegheny alligator, and my personal favorite, the snot otter.
I like that one.
All right, we'll go with that one then. This is a prehistoric species of salamander. These critters were here long before the first human ever set foot on this continent. These things get up to about 25, maybe 29 inches in length. There has been a 75% decline in their population over the last century or so. And that's been due to urban development, agricultural activities, dams, and mining. This is a multi-partnership collaboration designed to restore a habitat for this species. Why just this one species? The hellbender is considered a keystone species. That's a biological term that means it is critical to the health of that ecosystem. Another way to put that, if we restore conditions for the hellbender, then all other water quality issues are pretty well solved at that point. So, any more questions? By the way, they say these things used to be considered a delicacy. So, if we are able to restore their population, we'll have a hellbender.
When you caught one and took it home to eat, you didn't call it a snot otter.
Probably not.
Fried snot otter.
Fried snot otter.
Our goals for fiscal year 22 are just continue our existing programming, again, implementation of agricultural and forest land, best management practices, septic system repair and restoration for low-income household, our outdoor learning areas associated with the Blount County school system, the Highway 411 steep bank erosion project. We also intend to enhance our social media presence. We now have a Facebook page that is active. We're going to launch virtual learning, and we hope to restore at least 2 of our natural resource internships, both at Maryville College and the University of Tennessee. We were not able to do those internships for this year due to the pandemic. We are once again maintaining a static budget of just over $204,000. Of that amount, Blount County government supplies just over 82%, and the district supplies just under 18% in grant acquired funds. And those grant acquired funds go to cover salary and payroll costs associated with our watershed coordinator. New grant funding that the district acquired in fiscal year 19 was over $835,000. New funding for fiscal year 20 was $201,000. And for the first half of the current fiscal year, we're over $140,000. And I expect to end up somewhere between $200,000, maybe $300,000 by the time we conclude this fiscal year. So that's just over $1.3 million in the last 2.5 years or so. Any questions about our budget or programming thereof?
Got a question.
Yes, sir.
Seems like an awful big drop in grants from 835,000 to 201,000. Was there something driving that? The economy or?
The fiscal year 19 funded included 2 larger initiatives that are paid out over multiple years.
So, okay. Well, while I've still got the floor, I want to say what I said a minute ago about Mr. Wilson. You as well do a lot of things that, like I said, most people aren't aware of, and you put together a good presentation, and I appreciate the work that you do to help us understand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, comments?
Commissioner Anderson, if you ever want to get, if we want to go play in the mud, just give us a call. We'll introduce you to.
If I can bring my 2- and 4-year-old, I will.
Absolutely. That's part of what we do as well. So.
All righty. Eric, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Dang, we went through some dang budgets today, hadn't
I need to find some mud buckets.
we? Public Library, KC, it's yours.
It's so good to see everybody. Mayor Mitchell and members of the Blount County Budget Committee. Thank you for giving me time to talk to you today. Ready? Okay. The first slide asks what we do, and that is a very complex question. Our mission says that we empower residents to think, act, and aspire by providing opportunities to connect to our community, participate in lifelong learning, and explore the world at large. And any activity that would promote our mission falls under our scope. This is it, right? I'm not doing it.
I think you're where you want to be right there.
Yeah, okay. So our 2021 accomplishments, we safely opened the public library for public access July 6, 2020. Many of the public libraries in our state are still closed. And we were able to do that, first of all, by the generous help and support of Randy to get our air scrubbers installed, and we had our glass partitions built in-house. We implemented a strict building cleaning protocol, rearranged all of our spaces to promote safety and social distancing. We implemented a 4-day quarantine for all of our circulating materials. We implemented a curbside service for materials as well as wireless printing pickup. We have a wireless printing system that you can order prints from your home and come by the library and pick them up. We implemented a single master work schedule for staff, which allows staff to complete work tasks and social distance. And again, thank you, Randy, we were able to install new library boilers. Our second accomplishment was that we adapted community access to library sources and resources in response to the pandemic within 3 days of closing. And many of the capacity building systems that the county has installed over the past couple of years is what allowed us to do this. Our phone system, which I can't brag about enough, allowed us to take staff home and have them still answer phones and help patrons with technology access and the issues that they were having adjusting their life to a digital environment. Additionally, we had support from our Friends and Foundation. We installed equipment in our 2 large meeting spaces that allow for in-person and digital meetings. Or just a multi-room Zoom account. So the public can use our Zoom accounts if they need to hold a meeting in one of our spaces, as well as it allows us to continue holding programs virtually. We expanded our phone and email information services. We quickly added 2 online resources to support digital access, Hoopla and Canopy, as well as diverted resources back in March of last year to Reed's titles so that we would be able to provide access to more materials. We also implemented the Sky-Fi Wi-Fi table project, which helps us address digital equity in the community. And then we were able to loan our technology to other departments in response to COVID-driven needs fairly quickly. And we're proud of being able to do that. And then our third accomplishment was that we developed a staff reduction plan that ensures library operations continue to meet community needs, but works with the funding reduction that occurred as a result of the pandemic impact on library-generated revenues. We will be transitioning to an all full-time schedule and reducing our employee headcount. This will simplify our staff work schedules and provide greater access to staff for meetings, trainings, and teamwork. It's going to build efficiency into our staff management process. We were able to eliminate a management level, and we are on track to implement it by the 1st of July. So our outcomes for 2021. Normally, we would have 1,200 people a day in our building pre-COVID. We immediately reached 500 people as soon as we opened the doors. We are running on a reduced schedule in order to maintain safety and allow for cleaning of the building, as well as to provide backup in case we have to send half our staff home because of an exposure. To date, we have had no cases of COVID transmission from library use. So that is an amazing accomplishment, and I want to thank my staff because everyone is involved in cleaning, everyone. We've hosted 140 in-person meetings since July 2020. So we took our 2 big meeting spaces, we bought small 4-foot white tables, and we reduced our head count, and people can go in there as long as they have a table between them. And it worked, as well as adding the Zoom on top of it. We hosted 475 Zoom meetings, as well as instructional classes. We took all of our instructional classes and moved them online in June of last year. And I have to say my aha moment for this year was that people actually prefer to learn how to use their computer at home on their computer through Zoom. I had no idea. And it's continued to be steady. Our material circulation to date which includes our online resources as well as in-house, is around 313,000 items. Also to date, 6,000 people have picked up library materials via curbside service. I have to give a big shout out to Ray Boswell, because one of the things that was on our to-do list for a couple of years that we were able to do now was our patron account project. The library started at zero in 2002 when they opened the new building. And since then, there's not been a really good clearing out of old accounts. So we deleted old accounts. We used GIS to make sure that we had the correct addresses in the system and people were where they needed to be. And at this point, March 16th, we have 53,300 active card holders, people that have used a library card in the last 12 months. We've posted 122 videos on Facebook that have had 38,000 views. Our early literacy, our early reading and literacy programs, and our teen programs, as well as some of our programs for adults, have been live streamed through YouTube. And then our mobile app has had 119,600 views. And our website has had 57,550 views. We did a lot of promotion of information on COVID and vaccine, and we had a lot of support from the health department and from other government departments about getting that information out there. We have to date had over 50,000 Wi-Fi sessions. And I want to also give a shout out to IT, county IT, for the work that they have done in helping make our outside signal Wi-Fi robust and troubleshooting some of those issues so people have good access in the parking lot and in their cars and around the Greenway. Our goals for 21-22. First of all, we'll continue the programming that we have going on now. All of the things that we've implemented as a response to COVID, we will continue. We're going to have to spend some time determining what county residents need from the library post-COVID, because everything has changed. So we're going to need to get some input from the community on what they need from us. Develop and implement library policy and processes that are needed to address the changes implemented by the new staffing structure. So the implementation date will be July 1, but it will take us probably 4 to 6 months to really get all the nuts and bolts worked out. I hope to implement a high school work study program for 11th and 12th grade students next year under the Tennessee Valley Youth Apprenticeship Program. I'm very excited about that. It will actually be a workforce development program where students will come in and they'll be part of the CTE programs in the high schools. And they will, the first year, they will go through a work program through all the departments in the county, web development, food services, facilities management, the technology programs, teaching and instruction, all of those groups. And then the second year, they will get to pick which areas they want to work in. It will be paid, it will be structured to meet the construct outlined by the Tennessee Valley Apprenticeship Program. So this is a unique workforce development program. My hope is that in 2 years, it will employ 16 high school students across the 4 high schools. So I've been working really hard with Donna Wortham to try and get that program off the ground. We will expand the Sky-Fi project into Alcoa and Blount County, which means that right now we've got the funding secured. I found out last night to buy 2 additional Sky-Fi tables to go near the duck pond in Alcoa. And I've been working with Logan Hill on 2 to go at the Martin Luther King Center, and then 2 more will begin to start going out into the county as the dark fiber gets installed down 411. So we're very excited about that. Also, We're looking, we're watching very carefully what the American Recovery Act is going to allow us to do with the E-rate funds that are allocated for libraries to address digital equity. We'll know in about 3 weeks what we can do with it, because the libraries can do and schools can do one part, and other sections of government can do other parts. So I'm sure that y'all are watching this also. So we want to be part of what's happening and fill the role that the libraries are given for these funds. And then our capital projects that we have, we're working on right now is the new roof install, installing bathrooms in the lower level that are going to be, they'll be the bathrooms. So if there's a renovation in the lower level, the bathrooms will be done. They won't have to be done. Create an additional meeting space on the first level, because there is a need to have more spaces for people to meet. And that will help us recoup some of our lost revenues. And then address acoustic issues that occur with the open meeting spaces in the library, the ones with no ceilings, so that they can be used for more than what they're used for now. And so my projected budget for next year, our MOE, not MOU funding, our maintenance of effort funding from our funding bodies is $2.461 million. Our library revenues typically are $230,000 to $235,000, and that's what's taken a hit with COVID. So we anticipated we would not have more than 50, and we are watching that revenue as it goes up and down, and we'll adjust it where we can. And this just gives you kind of a comparison. We were able to we were able to keep all of our staff for this fiscal year, because we had a lot of people resign when COVID hit. They just didn't want to work in the environment, and we didn't fill positions except for the ones we absolutely had to fill. So we reduced our expenditures in salary lines probably starting in October. And so that has kept us above level for this year. But we would not have been able to keep or to sustain that structure moving forward. Question?
Does anyone have any questions for KC?
I have a couple of clarification questions.
Go
about
ahead,
the
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. So as far as meeting space, you said that you wanted to put another meeting space on the first floor. We've got the Sharon Lawson room is the big one. The boardroom's available. Are both Dorothy Heron A and B available right now?
Yeah, they're one room.
They're
one room.
with a divider, right?
The divider's gone. I mean, we just keep it open because we can't use the small room safely
Okay.
with COVID restrictions.
Okay, I understand.
But we have a gaming space that's on the far side of the building, on the other side, over by where large print used to be. It's tucked around.
Mm-hmm.
And it used to have stacks in it. We moved the stacks and made it a gaming space last year, pre-COVID. Well, the idea is that, if we put a wall there, a glass wall, we can create another space, put the tech in it. And that's what we're looking at, because now we don't have enough meeting spaces that are large enough to accommodate what needs to happen in the building. Because we don't let meetings happen, we don't let large events or anything happen out in the main space right now.
So is that just a COVID concern that will abate?
It's a COVID concern, but having the extra meeting space was identified as a need when we did the master plan work 3 years ago.
Okay, so prior to COVID.
Yeah, it was a prior identification need or identified need.
Okay. And then you mentioned reduced hours, and I recall that reducing our hours is going to affect our funding sources. Has that affected our funding sources?
No, the state put a moratorium on hours of operation when COVID hit and everybody closed. And like I said, many of the libraries are still closed.
Right.
As soon as they tell us we go back to 70, we go back to 70. And we're prepared to do that with our new schedule. And as what's going to happen is as our meeting rooms are booked more and more, they're booked till 9 o'clock at night. And so the need to have the building open that late is growing, and so that we're shifting in response to that need. And eventually we'll be back up to 70.
Has the state given any indication when that will be?
No.
That's all I've got.
Anyone else?
Yes, Chairman. Casey, I also want to tell you that I had a good experience on your committee and eye opener.
A lot of stuff.
And y'all do a lot of good things.
Thank you. I'm very proud of my staff. I just want to put that out there. They have had their concerns about interacting with the public every day to that degree. I mean, 500 people, that's a hotspot. And they have done an excellent job of keeping themselves safe as well as the public. So much to be proud of there.
Anything, Santa?
I don't have any questions right now, Casey, but I too want to say that I think you guys have done an extremely good job, an excellent job, during very adverse conditions. And I, for one, am very proud of the programming, both recurring, those from pre-COVID and those that you're instituting now. Despite what some other folks may say, I think you're exactly on the right track.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, Casey.
I think Andy would like to. And I'm very grateful to have Andy.
Hi, I'm Andy Simon. I just wanted to introduce myself to you and let you know I've taken over as the chair of the library board. Started last July, and it has been a really interesting experience, certainly educational for me. I had no concept of what the library does and what it's involved in and how many people it touches and what different areas in the community it touches. Just today, walking around the library, we had a call come in, and our telephone system is incredible. It's all done by cell phone. We only have 3 or 4 table phones throughout the library. A family called in and wanted to know if they could use the library to adopt a child and bring in everyone in their family, everyone from the agencies, and borrow one of our rooms for 35 people. That's just one of the types of things that the library is involved in. I had no idea that we were monitoring boat registrations and giving out the tests and having somebody monitor the tests for the county. It's there, and people take advantage of it almost every day. One library employee has to monitor it and does take care of it. But that was something else. Last night I was in the library and someone came in and wanted them, a librarian to fill out their taxes for them. And rather than saying, go take the tax service, the library took care of that for them. It's just unbelievable where they go and what they do. Again, yesterday, while I was interviewing some of the employees, there was a group of veterans who are giving food to veterans who are homeless or hungry, and they were having their meeting at the library and taking care of that. So those are the types of things that the library does that I don't think people really know what's going on at the library. We don't just hand out books. There are 8,000 publications, magazines that are online that anyone can check in or check out on. Just, you don't have to buy a subscription. You get it for nothing for the library. It's truly amazing. So it's a learning experience for me. It's been a lot of fun. Casey and her staff are unbelievable. What you all do, and the tie-ins between the county and the library has been phenomenal. It's been a really good thing for me and a really good learning experience. And I appreciate everything you guys do for us. And I just wanted to say, if you have any extra money, we would love to have a little extra money thrown our way at the end of the year, just to promote some of these other programs that are going on. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any other items they want to talk about before we leave? If not, Randy, do you have anything you'd like to say? Yeah. Mike, would you like to make a comment, just to kind of lead us out of here?
I refrained out of fear of retribution.
I do have one thing I want to say, Mayor. Because of our second workshop being a week later than what it traditionally would be, it takes a week away from us to have the sit-down conversations that we'll have with you all individually. So kind of be making, while all this is fresh on your mind, if you'll kind of go through and make your own list of things that are of interest to you right now. And then we'll do the same thing on the 9th, and then we'll start having individual meetings right after that.